Mom, leave me alone. I wanna be famous. I wanna be famous. My therapist said I got ADHD. I don't even really know what that means.
Howdy y'all, welcome back to my channel. And my goodness, do we have a lot to go over today. So as a lot of you know, I did recently do a reaction video to Amberlynn's reaction to Mr. Snowflake's interview with Emily. And at the end of that video, I had put together this timeline of what I thought had happened according to the information that we had. And I did say maybe one day we'll end up revisiting that timeline. And this here we are. If you don't know if you don't know what's happened, this other reaction channel, their name is just Rachel with a capital R, did an amazing video, a 2.5 hour long masterpiece, just showing all of these screenshots and text messages between Emily and Amber from that night, from the 17th, including ones from the screenshots that we had where there was like this 20-minute gap, and I was like dying to know what had happened between that 20-minute gap because there was such a clear like cutoff, and I knew that there must have been something else said, right? We have that too. It's a lot, and this video is probably also going to be around 2.5 hours long. And I do have some notes that I did want to also start off with before we get into the screenshots. One, I want to say I don't believe that Emily copied like anything from like previous exes, because I did see some speculation that, oh, because there's so much information about how awful Amber is, maybe Emily is just copying that, and that's like the bulk of what she told Mr. Snowflake was just made up stuff that she copied from Beck and Destiny and Casey, right? That's what people were thinking because it was so similar. I do not believe that is at all the case. It's definitely at least not the case with Casey, because we'll get to that later. With the arm grabbing thing, Emily absolutely did not copy that. And then also to that point, there was also a little nugget where Amber had said something like Emily was trying to make herself seem like a victim just because her ex Beck might have been.
The fact that you're turning this around and rewriting this whole thing to make you seem like a victim because my ex Beck might have been is fucked up. You know exactly what you're doing. Tell me why in every one of your relationships you broke up because the arguing was non-stop.
If we all remember her saying that. That's why I wanted to also bring that up, because it seems like Amber was really trying to kind of use that narrative as well. But number two, Emily still did greatly exaggerate the severity of these nail marks. She did. There was no blood, there was no gouges, there was no broken skin. There was a very light bruise and a very like light nail impression that we will get to as well, actually. I still think that there is a chance that Emily did put that nail indent in her arm herself, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. And three, and this has to do with the start of this particular argument that we're going to read, because it doesn't seem like super clear exactly what, because obviously these text messages happened after Emily left the first time, right? So they were fighting before that. What started that argument, it's kind of unclear. It does, Rachel speculates that, or maybe actually this is what Emily, this could be what Emily might have told Rachel as well, is that maybe Emily had a nightmare and woke up, because Emily has PTSD from the past things that she's been through, that we do have a police record of, at least. That she woke up and started an argument with Amberlynn because she thought they were fighting, And I thought that seemed kind of strange. So my initial note was Emily very well may have started this fight, or Amber could have been shining her phone around, like her phone light, and like that's what might have woken Emily up, because Amber was just like playing on her phone in the bed next to her, and maybe the light woke her up, and that's kind of relevant later as well. But then after that, after we go through some more messages and we get through things, I crossed out that Emily started this fight and said Amber definitely did start this fight. Anyway, so I think Amber started this fight. I think Amber was doing some fucky shit that to try to wake Emily up in a way that Amber was hoping she couldn't be blamed for necessarily. Just like accidentally, you know, whatever. And I think that's why Emily woke up, and I think Emily, and more context, they were fighting before they went to sleep. So if Emily wakes up and thinks that they're still fighting, that's still valid. That's still very like valid, especially if she's being woken up by Amberlynn like dicking around. Especially when we know that Amber would also have a tendency to keep Emily awake on purpose. So if Emily just wakes up and Amber's dicking around on her phone, I really wouldn't blame Emily for thinking that Amber was just starting something again, you know? It's not very clear like what happened, but regardless of what exactly started the fight, I don't really think Emily is at fault for it. And that means I guess I can finally start reading them. So, and again, this is November 17th. This is the night Rarity got out. This is the same night that I put that timeline together at. It's November 17th, 2024 at 4:05 a.m. And this is Messenger, okay? This is Messenger, and that is relevant. Amber says, she starts off by saying this super long message. She says, "This is what I wrote to you at 2:27 a.m. in the morning, right before I told you I loved you and you scooted back closer to me. I'm about to go to sleep, but I am laying here thinking about the night we just had. I was in such a bad mood and I'm sorry. I was truly in the weirdest headspace and I was trying to just live in the moment, but I'm sorry you noticed I wasn't feeling very well. But I'm sorry if you noticed I wasn't feeling very well. It was emotionally and physically." Okay. "I've been so stressed with everything going on that I kind of shut down emotionally. I wish I could redo the night, honestly, but we have another night when you get off work that I hope I can make up for it during. I love you more than I can ever express. You were so sweet, gentle, and understanding today, knowing how I've been feeling. You mean the world to me, and I cannot wait to spend more days with you and being close to you. I wish we were skin to skin right now. See you in the morning, baby." Ew. And like I thought they're in the same bed, right? So like why, and isn't Amber like Winnie the Poohing it all the time? Shouldn't they theoretically be skin to skin right now? And later on, Amber claims that she was sleeping when Emily woke up and started the fight. So I don't know. Anyway, she continues to say, I originally was going to send it for you to wake up to, but I didn't want the vibration to wake you up. Then an hour and a half later, you woke up thinking we were arguing when I was literally sleeping. I don't understand what just happened at all, and I feel lost, absolutely lost. When you woke me up as if we were arguing, I without a doubt reacted from PTSD from my childhood. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that Amber was just sleeping. Why would Emily, and then this is also must be why Amber was saying things like Emily would just wake up and rage and stuff like that. Like because maybe it happened one time, this time. Like she says that all the time. She uses her thing as an excuse. Oh, it only happened one time. So like that's what I'm going to say. Anyway, Emily just says in response to that big ass, long ass message, "You don't ever say what you just said to me." And I'm not 100% sure what that is in reference to. If that's in reference to like the long message, or if that's in reference to what Amber said right before Emily left. I don't know. I can't be certain. Amber responds, "When my dad would wake me up screaming." And I think what that is she was just still typing when Emily responded that, and she was like, well, I have to get out what I'm gonna say. Like, she can't just, like, whatever. Um, and then Emily responds, that's unforgivable. You physically laid hands on me. Okay, so see, that makes me think that Emily is referring to whatever Amber said right before Emily left the house. To the you physically laid hands on me, Amber responds, I was trying to calm you down and hold you. In doing so, I tripped over the blanket on the floor. Pretty sure I hurt my ankle. Ankle reference! Stupid. All right. Emily responds by pushing me and squeezing my arm and body slamming me when I was trying to leave. And Rachel makes this point throughout her whole video that Emily says the same thing over and over from the get-go, and that's very true from right here. From the start, Emily is asserting that Amber has pushed her, squeezed her arm, and body slammed her, like, pushed her to the floor. You know what? Maybe now would be a good time to show the clip of what Amber says happened when she pushed slash fell into Emily. Let's show that now. Okay, and actually the clip I have is it's going to be the version, ALR's version of pushing Emily and kind of like what she was doing shortly after the push, because we know that Emily left the house, I think, like right after being pushed. I'm pretty sure. Because that's really what it seems like, right? Emily left the house. So let me pull up the clip and I'm just going to play it. I'm not going to cut it in like normal editing. I'm going to play it on like the media player on my computer so that I can watch it too right now, just so it's super fresh for me as well.
Like, what is actually happening? So she, like, I don't know, it was this whole fucking thing, and I was like, this cannot be real right now. This genuinely cannot. Like, I have never been so gaslit into thinking that the sky was actually the ground and the ground was actually the sky. I Oh my god, you would not believe, like, I was sending my mom, and at this point, like, after the whole fiasco and like she went away, blah, blah, I'm like hysterical on the phone to my mom. Emily is messaging me all this like the most crazy things I've ever heard of. And I'm like screenshotting all of it, sending it to my mom as we're on the phone, like video call. And my mom is just like, this is, I felt so bad that my mom had to like see me like that. Like,
Right. So keep all of that in mind. And it's also very important. The first thing I'm going to kind of notate is that she makes this like weird arm movement, like when she says in the frantic of it all. Okay? But right here she says, I was trying to calm you down and hold you. In doing so, I tripped over the blanket on the floor. Pretty sure I hurt my ankle. So it's very different than what she's saying here. In here, she's trying to convince Emily, oh, I was just trying to hold you. But in the live stream, it's just an accident. The story changes a lot. Oh, and you know what? I'm so sorry. I should have done this at the start or very closer to the start. If you have, this is like a trigger warning, by the way. If you have ever been in an abusive relationship or in a narcissistic relationship, or if you've ever if you've ever been through that, like, just be wary of this, because like even for me it was kind of upsetting at parts, just because it's so like, because like it's a situation of like once you've met one, you've met them all, right? And they all have like pretty much the same playbook. They argue very similarly, typically they do. They like gaslight similarly. It's very like, but the way that Emily responds to it is very like how you should respond to it, first of all, and that makes it a little bit easier to digest because Emily's not letting Amber get away with it. Like, she's not falling for it. Emily is clearly not like, I mean, she's distressed, right? But she's not like, I don't know. Like, maybe I don't know what I'm exactly trying to get at anymore, but trigger warning. Because it is kind of tough. It is kind of tough at points to get through. Okay, right. So, we were at this point where Emily makes her assertion Amber was physical with her. And then Amber responds to that by saying, I wondered how you ended up on the floor, but that explains it. My fat fucking bullshit of a body knocked you over. And then, and Rachel makes this point too, because it's obvious, Amber, like, you were there. How don't you know how Emily fell on the floor? Like, you have eyes. I don't know. It's such a strange message. It makes my stomach, like, ugh, like it lurches in, like, red flagness. I don't know. But anyway, Emily responds, "You literally pushed me. That's how I ended up on the floor." Very, yeah. Amber says, "I didn't body slam you, and I didn't mean to squeeze your arm. What the hell is happening? You imagined a whole argument while you were sleeping, Emily. That scared the fuck out of me. Now you're thinking I put you on the floor? I would never do something like that on purpose, ever." So now she's saying if it did happen, it was all an accident. Okay, and then, oh my god, I just can't. Maybe I should have given myself more time. I don't know, but I need to get this done. Emily says, "You literally did that after you told me I deserved to be abused. I'm sorry, Amberlynn, but being with you, I assume, is not worth this bullshit. You just ruined any chance of this ever working." To which Amber just says, "Okay." Lowercase. It's basically just putting, like, a K. I don't see it as, like, much different than that. I really don't. Like, imagine just saying, like, K to that. It's like she's mad that Emily isn't just immediately, like, what is it? Like, folding over? Flopping over and, like, just submitting to this? Emily responds, "You wouldn't push me, and that's out of the question, but you grabbed me, right?" But also, sorry, just to go back a little bit, when Emily says you literally did that after you told me I deserve to be abused, I think that's what she means in screenshot number 3 when she says, "You don't ever say what you just said to me." I'm pretty sure that comment is what she's referring to and not this big long message. Because I think Rachel had speculated that when Emily says, "You don't ever say what you just said to me," she was thinking that Emily was referring to the long message where Amber was, like, being, like, really, like, trying to be, like, sweet or whatever. No, I think it's in reference to Amber telling Emily that she deserved to be abused. To which Amber doesn't deny it either. She just says K. Like, oh my god. And then Amber responds, "But yet I've full-fledged had to deal with your rampages where you say the most awful shit anyone has ever said to me, and I've had to forgive you and move on. Over and over. Over and over. Over and over." And those are all separate messages. Like, the way Amber goes over and over, new message, over and over, new message, over and over. It's fucking, like... And she does that a lot. She does that a lot to, like, be manipulative. That's how it feels, honestly. Emily responds, "This is why I don't open up to anyone, and I was stupid to trust you." I mean, like, sorry, girl, but yeah, this is Amberlynn. You kind of were. You had all the... You had... It's not like you didn't know who Amber was. Like, I'm sorry that this happened to you, but... Amber responds in all caps, "You have said the same stuff to me about Jade, about everyone in my life, telling me that I must have made Jade abuse me. You said that." And then, not in all caps, "But I forgave you, like I always do. I asked what the circumstances that led up to her hitting you were," probably. And then Amber responds to that. She said, "Yeah, you've asked that, but during an argument, you told me that I pushed her to do it." And then here, Rachel did show other screenshots that were from a separate conversation, but related to Jade. Because we don't have, like, any info about Jade, right? So, like, this is Amber, like, officially calling Jade one of her abusers. So this is a separate conversation. Okay. And Rachel did say if there's no dates written on the screenshots, that means she doesn't know when the dates were. But Amber says, I have never, all caps, done that to you. And to which Emily responds, or someone is sick of you yelling at them every time you have an interaction. And Amber responds, she says, in all caps, like yelling, basically, because she can't yell in real life because she's not there to yell at her. She says, all caps, I am talking about Jade. How she would ignore me till I did what she told me to do. She controlled me. And then back to lowercase, abuse isn't just physical. And then to which Emily responds, stop calling me. Which means Amber's fucking calling Emily back to back while doing this. And then Amber just goes, then answer. If you don't, I am going to take that as a sign that you simply don't give a shit. And then, some time passes because there's a gap, which means some time passed since there was a message. And she says, you hate me, Emily. And now this just, it seems like a really small, insignificant little thing, right? But the Emily is manipulative. It's just like when people use your name a lot, like they use your name a lot on purpose. It's like it's a manipulation tactic. It just I don't know how to explain why it is, but it is. It's like when people use your name a lot, they like do it to try to get like closer to you. But I just like, not obviously it's not like that in every single situation for every single person, right? It's just for certain situations for certain people, and this is one of them. And like, she couldn't say you hate me, Emily, without a comma. She had to put that comma in there. I don't know. It's intentional. Everything Amber does like that, it's intentional. It's done with intent, Anyway, Emily responds again, stop calling me, please. Like, that's... And then Amber just goes, answer once, please. This isn't right or fair at all. To which Emily responds, stop. Amber goes, answer one time. Emily says, call again and I'm blocking your number. Amber responds, you don't love me. It's sick how you treat me. Oh my god. This is all like the things that Amber, quote, had to deal with when she always goes, that's what I had to deal with. Like, this is what, a person who's not gonna let you fucking abuse them? My god. To which Emily sarcastically responds, nope, I don't love you at all. I must be so sick to treat you this way. You're ridiculous. To which Amber responds, thanks. Like, I kind of am living for the way that Emily responds to Amber and just does not at all ever let her get even like a little, like, anything, like not a grain of sand ahead of the narrative. Righto. So moving on, Amber had said, yeah, you've asked that during an argument, but you told me that I pushed her to do it. And I had to sit there and hear you say that about me. I cried and cried. I cried and cried and cried. But I still accepted your apology. What I said tonight wasn't okay. It was awful. I wasn't in my right mind. Interesting. So she is admitting it, then. But anyway, she goes on to say, waking up like that felt like my childhood. I was scared. I tried to explain to you that we weren't arguing and I wanted you to read this sweet thing I wrote you so you could understand how much I loved you, but you were so rude to me I flipped out. You don't have to accept my apology, but I am sorry. Emily responds, you were shining a bright light in my face. Amber says, it was the note part on my phone. And Emily says, I told you to stop. That's not being rude. And Amber says, it was the lowest light setting too. It's because we were in pitch black. It seemed brighter than what it was. I just wanted to fix it. I thought you had a nightmare. So I wanted to prove we weren't fighting, and I failed yet again. I always fail. Everything ends up like this. Oh, wah, wah, wah. Oh, poor fucking me. Everything I do always fails. Oh my god. What? Fucking stupid ass crying ass bitch. Quit crying. Quit your fucking crying. So that really, really makes me believe that Amber woke her up in like such a way that she's trying to claim that it wasn't like on purpose. You know, like she started it because she just wanted Emily to probably wake up right then so she could show her the note, right? But Emily, after being woken up, knowing she has a 12-hour shift coming up, is upset by it. Rightfully so, too. Like, God, just go the fuck to bed, bitch. So, and Emily responds, like, not giving in at all. We love to see it. So you attack me mentally and physically. To which Amber responds with, I hate myself. No. Like, why say that? Unless you're just, like, trying to elicit sympathy or to get them, like, off track and say something like, oh, no, you shouldn't hate yourself. Like, I can't believe there was a point in my life where I did used to fall for, like, oh, woe is me crap, basically. But Emily doesn't let up. She says, you did, though. And Amber says, I'm explaining to you that I was trying to hold you and calm you before you got in your truck and did something stupid. Ooh, bitch. The life insurance thing scares me. See, okay, so, but, like, I think even Rachel at this point was like, just to be fair, like, we don't know if Emily has ever threatened self-harm before. Like, we just don't know that. Um, like, so she may have, in this comment about the life insurance thing, like, it doesn't kind of imply that Emily has said something before about maybe doing something and leaving her life insurance to somebody, maybe her daughter. So there might be something there to that effect. But the fact of the matter is, though, regardless if that's true or not, that's absolutely not what Amberlynn was concerned about. Not at all what Amberlynn was concerned about, and not what was happening at all. She's just making that up right now to, like, try to cover for herself. True or not. Okay, then she says, I didn't want you to do anything bad. I didn't want you to hurt yourself. I was half asleep and not thinking clearly. I don't think you understand how scared I was when you woke me up like that. Instant PTSD. Fight mode. Flight wasn't even an option. To which Emily rightfully responds, how could you? Like, seriously, like, why? Like, that's not what happened. They wake up fighting. Doesn't matter how they wake up, right? What matters is that, like, Amber says that Emily deserved to be abused, and then somehow, regardless of what happened, Emily ends up on the floor. If it was an accident or not, even if it's after Amber said that, Emily would have every right to believe that Amber did it on purpose, and she's got marks on her arm, and she's hurt. And Amber says this after the fact. To, like, it's giving comically evil. It's really giving comically fucking evil. Anyway, but to that, Amber just deflects some more. I asked you that same question in my head multiple times during your rages. You've hurt me so bad. Or you've hurt me bad, not so bad. Sorry. It wasn't that dramatic, but it's still fucking dramatic. Emily responds, PTSD or not, you don't lay hands on anyone. And that's true. Like, regardless of, like, anything, like, you shouldn't do it. Amber says, and I always forgave you. She says, the way you're saying I laid hands on you is scaring me. I didn't hit you. I didn't intentionally push you. I didn't intentionally scratch you. I never would. Okay, so see these parts where she skips over it to continue saying what she was gonna say and then addresses it shows, like, how quickly that they are responding to each other, right? They're not reading what each other is saying hardly at all before they're immediately just typing again. At least Amber isn't. At least Amber isn't. I shouldn't say Emily's doing that because we don't have, I don't think we have proof of that, of Emily doing that yet, but it really goes to show just how little Amber really cares about what Emily's actually saying. Okay, and I'm gonna read this again. It says, the way you're saying I laid my hands on you is scaring me. I didn't hit you. I didn't intentionally push you. I didn't intentionally scratch you. I never would. So she is kind of admitting to the pushing and the scratching, though. Well, no. This is the part where Amber tries to, or starts downplaying it to being a scratch when, Emily has said, like, you grabbed my arm, not scratched her, I don't know. Emily says, my rages where I try to leave and you don't let me because I have PTSD. Okay, Amberlynn, whatever makes you feel better or justify your aggressive behavior. If Emily ever did actually just wake up and start arguments because she has PTSD and that's just what she thinks is happening, I guess, like, I don't know if it's like, I mean, I haven't seen what she does though, so I don't know if it's fair or not to call that a rage. We also don't know if it's happened more than this one time, or if that is truly what actually happened. Or if it was just like Emily was annoyed, that Amber was dicking around on her phone. So it's really hard to say. But what is clear is that Emily does often just try to leave the situation. She tries to escape. Amber has said as much. And Amber says she's the one who's always like, let's attack this now. And she uses that word attack, like, very specifically. And to that, Amber responds, you know I'd never hurt you, Emily. See, there it is again. Like, she's using her name. Like, I don't know. Not that Emily isn't doing it too, but it does, on Emily's end, it feels more like she's just trying to hold Amberlynn accountable. Because, like, we know we can see this, right? I don't know. And whereas Amberlynn's usage of it, it just feels manipulative. Like, you know I'd never hurt you, Emily. Well, you did. Accident or not, you did, though. She's just, okay, I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry for what happened. I'll leave. And then Emily responds, you fucking grabbed okay, I think what she means to say is my arms. You fucking grabbed my arms and dug your nails into my arm and then body slammed me to the floor. To which Amber responds in all caps, what? She says, Emily, that did not happen. See, again, using the name. And then I almost just wonder, and then I already see it down here again, another usage of the name. It makes me wonder if Emily started doing it just because Amber is using Emily's name all the time to try to be manipulative. So Emily does it, like, back to her to, like, maybe try to hold her accountable, because here it is again over here. I don't know. It's just, that's just how it feels to me. It says, Emily, that did not happen. I have never done that a day in my life. Girl, you did do that. And it's not the only person you've done it to. She continues to say, you are way fucking stronger than me, and you know that. I'm weak as fuck, and we always joke about that. Now, all of a sudden, I body slam people. You don't have to be strong to swing your fucking weight around. You don't. Do you think you need to be, like, she weaponizes her weight, and she fucking knows it. But the minute anyone ever tries to say anything, it's like fat phobia, fat phobia. It's so gross. Emily responds, I was trying to get out of the room and you slammed me to the floor. And again, like, Amberlynn's already, like, kind of admitted it, even though she was saying it was an accident. So I don't know why she wouldn't just continue to say, like, it was an accident. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Why would she? But instead she says, no, I did not, Emily. What the fuck? I'm leaving. This is fucking insane. So instead now she's going to deny it and threaten to leave to try to get Emily to just stop, just stop it. But Emily doesn't fall for it. She says, then how did I end up on the floor, Amberlynn? You know, using her name back at her. That's really how it feels. And Amberlynn says, I just told you with 4 exclamation points. I was trying to hold on to you. I tripped on the fucking blanket on the floor. I almost went down too. That's how I hurt my ankle. Ankle reference. I just explained that to you. I would never, ever, never, ever do that. When you were on the floor, I tried helping you up, but you wouldn't get up, so I started rubbing your back and telling you it'll be okay. You told me not to touch you, so I stopped touching you. I want to watch the video again.
I'm not gonna lie, we both like have ADHD and ADHD piles. So her room would get like, she would have her pile of dirty clothes, and she also had a rug and like a huge dog bed, and then I had a Twinkie dog bed, so it was a very crowded place. And during the frantic of it all, I remember I tripped over her rug. I landed into her. She fell on the ground, and I'm like, as that's happening, I'm trying to get her. Like, she's falling. I go to grab her off the ground.
Okay, I feel like I've pinpointed why this bothers me so much. And it's because it reminded me of the lunch lie with Tammy. And I have the picture. I'll pull it up in just a second. It's the I just told you with 4 exclamations. And then a few messages later, the I just explained that to you. Right? It's like she always says those kinds of things when she's lying, as if she is a reliable narrator when we know that she's not. And it's just so similar to this here, this screenshot from the lunch lie, from, with a little more context, from when Amber was lying to Aunt Tammy about not being able to bring a lunch to work, and they were texting back and forth about it, arguing, and Amber was just doubling down. And at one point she says, after explaining what happened again according to her reality, her narrative, she says, didn't I just say that to you? Like, what in the world? Like, she uses these phrases, like, and this is from when she was like 24, 25, and now she's like 34. She's exactly the same as she always was. And it's just like more evidence that, like, she's lying. I think Amber did push her. I don't think it was an accident at all at this point. I don't think there's a chance that it was. I think Amber 100% did push Emily. And then, and I also went back through the messages just to make sure. Emily consistently has said up to this point that she was pushed first, and then the arm grab happened after that. That's always how she's ordered it, but through the whole time. So, if we're to believe this, if Emily was on the floor and then she wouldn't get up, does that mean like she was so hurt, like she got pushed down so hard that like she couldn't even get up for a minute? Like maybe she even had the potentially like the wind knocked out of her. We don't know. So then imagine like being pushed, and then Amber starts rubbing your back, the person who just pushed you, and starts saying it'll be okay. Like, I would probably lose my fucking mind, actually. And I don't even know if like that part's really true, because Amber makes no mention of it. You know, she just says in the frantic of it all, she like fell into Emily. That's what she says in the live stream. So what is all this like extra crap about, like, I was trying to hold you? Anyway, Emily responds, because you knew you fucked up big time. And Amber says, my goal was to hold you and calm you down. It scares me that you actually think I'd do that to you. But Amber had just said that Emily deserved to be abused. Or like that she deserved what she got, basically. So why would Amber, immediately after saying something so vile and horrible to her, and right after that, immediately go to try and hold her and calm her down? It does not make sense. It does not make any sense. Emily responds, because you did do that, Amberlynn. And Amber goes, with everything you've been through with Megan, I can understand why. No, I didn't, Emily. I'm literally telling you that's not what happened. I'm telling you what happened, and you won't listen to me. I even said, quote, fuck my ankle. Because it just doesn't make sense. Why would she say something so awful and then immediately after that, oh, she's just not mad anymore and it is going to try and hug her and calm her down? That makes no sense. Emily responds, but I deserved it, right? Megan trying to kill me. I deserved that. And Amber responds, no, you didn't. My God, Emily. Like, as if Emily's the one being dramatic. And Emily responds, you literally fucking said that. And now Amber says, no, I didn't, with a million question marks. And then she goes on, I said, quote, you pushed Megan, didn't you? And how is that not, like, how is that not the same thing, though? Like, I know it's not word for word like that, but, like, how is it not the same thing? With a billion more messages, Amber says, I should never have said that. In my brain, I remembered what you said about Jade. Since I was angry, I wanted to say it back to you, and I shouldn't have. I regret it. I take full accountability. Do you want me to call my mom? Because I will call her right now. Okay, well, after she said I take full accountability, there was a gap in the time. There was a gap. Oh my God. All of this has been said in the span of 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes. Because there had to have been enough time for the new timestamp to pop up in between. All of this was said in like 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Everything we just went over. I've been recording for an hour at this point. It says, do you want me to call my mom right now? Because I will. She said she's awake. So she's texting her, supposedly, anyway. Unless you want to talk about this in person calmly. Okay, very interesting. So right here, this early at 4:30 a.m. Granted, Emily does have to go do her shift, but Amber wants to talk about this in person. That's what she wants. Just a little side note from editing Ymir. Later in the video, we do find that Emily's shift likely started somewhere between like 6:30 and like 8 p.m. It's somewhere in between there. And so since this is happening at 4:30 in the morning, there is still technically time for Emily to come home and hash this out. That's what Amberlynn's hope is, right? But she doesn't. Emily doesn't. It doesn't seem as if Emily came home though. After she left after being body slammed, she does not come home until Amber claims that Rarity is missing over 12 hours from now. Maybe 17 hours from now, I think. Oof. Emily says, yep, you can tell her I'm kicking you out because you took a chunk of skin out of my arm. Okay, that's not true, actually. Like, we've all seen the pictures at this point, right? And if not, you will see them. Like, that's just not true. Anyway, Amber says, I don't want you to yell at me and vice versa. But, and again, like, so this new text thing starts when Amber starts messaging. Emily responds, but Amber, is messaging, like, back so fast without reading it that she had sent this, and I know she meant to send this right after this one, right? So she's, like, typing back so quickly, not even really reading what Emily says until after she's done saying whatever she needs to say, right? I'm just, like, it feels important. And then she says, oh my God, Emily, what the fuck? Like, finally responding to that. And Emily says, exactly, what the actual fuck? And to be fair, like, that just didn't happen. There was no chunks. There was a very, very light bruise. Not that I'm trying to downplay, like, what actually happened, because it's still serious, but I don't understand why Emily feels the need to exaggerate what happened when it's already bad enough. And, you know what? Now that I say that out loud, I've said that exact same thing about Amberlynn, to be fair. I don't know why Amberlynn feels the need to exaggerate things when they're already bad enough. But here Emily is doing that, and I don't know why. It is weird. I have to, be fair. Anyway, Amber says, I'm calling her now. No answer. And that's not true. Amber says, I personally don't want to leave. So, Amber, if Emily's sitting here lying about what happened, and none of this actually happened, though, like, why are you still, like, not wanting to leave? She continues to say, and I know you said you get scared of losing me, because I help you and you love me. Help her do what? Help her, like honestly, help Emily with what? Emily responds, yes, I do love you, but I also don't deserve what just happened. Okay, fair. Amber says, instead of denying anything, she just says, you don't. I was scared, truly horrified. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to do. And Emily says, you know what it seems like? It seems like because Emily said, yes, I do love you, Amber sees like some nugget. Maybe she goes, oh, there's a chance. And like immediately goes into like groveling mode. But as soon as it doesn't work, because Emily responds, that's something you have to figure out. You're on your own. Amber just goes, okay. Like again, like right immediately back to the cold as fuck, emotionless, just okay. And then Emily says, you fucked up. And Amber goes, okay, again. And then Emily says, I wish you loved me like you said you did. I'm really disappointed. This is why I don't trust people. And then again, this is where Amber, she like softens immediately again. She sees another window to try to wiggle her way in. She says, I do, sad face. I truly, truly do. More than you'll ever know. That's why I'm going to leave. My mom isn't answering because I wish you loved me like you said you did too, and I'm disappointed too. Like, I don't know, like she's like trying to switch again. Like, I'm gonna leave. You better start begging for me to stay because I'm really gonna leave. I'm gonna do it. And Emily responds, don't even fucking say that bullshit, Amberlynn. You can't hurt people. Just like not letting up. You gotta love it. Oh, goodness. So then Amber goes on this fucking tirade. She says, the way you have treated me and the awful things you have said to me has literally made me feel worthless. But you told me you'd change and work on it. But immediately the day after we had this conversation, you wake up out of your sleep and start yelling at me because you think we are arguing. That's scary to me. And you wouldn't listen to a thing I said when I was trying to explain to you that I've been sleeping. It's not fair to me. How I reacted sucked. I shouldn't have reacted with yelling. I shouldn't have said that one thing about Megan. I'm fully aware. I suck during times where I'm scared and I have PTSD moments or BPD shit. Trust me. I wish I was better for you, so then maybe you wouldn't have moments where you lash out at me. Maybe this is all my fault. Maybe I deserve this pain. Like, just to go back, like, it, like, if she was actually sleeping, and she wasn't just awake, dicking around on her phone, trying to wake Emily up in some, like, roundabout fuck-ass way, and that's, like, actually what happened, like, she could have been, like, onto something, but then she goes immediately into blaming her PTSD and her BPD, not taking accountability. Like, I hate myself. I wish I was better for you. So then maybe you wouldn't have moments where you lash out at me. Like, oh my god. Like, for all the ladies, like, I was gonna say in the chat, like, for real. How many times has, like, your loser fuck-ass ex-boyfriend said, like, oh my god, I just suck, I wish I was better for you, oh my god, and, like, how many times have y'all heard that? And they go, I'm just a piece of shit, I just suck, I'm just a piece of shit. Like, ugh. It's just such a, like, oh my god. It, like, makes me mad. Hooey. Anyway, okay. So, Emily responds to that message saying, "You didn't just lash out. You just told me you agree with the fucking haters that I caused what Megan did to me, when you literally told me the opposite hours earlier. So I tried to leave you physic so I tried to leave and you physically put your hands on me." And then, like, this is like the even okay, when I saw this, I had to pause and be like, what the actual fuck? Because to that, Amber just responds, "I finally find someone I love fully and wholeheartedly, and this happens. Dot dot dot." Like, it's like she won't deny this, right? She won't deny that she said this, like, nasty thing about Megan, right? Or, like, about Emily to you know what I mean? Um, and doesn't deny, like, physically putting her hands on Emily, and she just, like, ignores it, like she's, like, talking to herself. It's just like, I don't know. And then Emily continues, "After everything you already know about my PTSD and how it still affects me to this day, you use it against me. Well, that's what a narc would fucking do." And Amber just, like, continues, like, talking to herself, like, in her, like, little fucking woe is me thing, like, "Maybe I'm meant to be alone forever. We have both done some shitty shit." And Emily says, "You don't love me. You love yourself." So true. Amber says, "Like the low blows you've said to me. No, comma, I love you. I hate myself." Stupid. Okay, and then Emily specifically responds to the "we have both done some shitty shit" and says, "See, this is what hurts worse than you saying that the shit initially. You can't just admit you fucked up. You have to say I've said hurtful things to you. When you come at me like you do, how do you expect me not to react?" Yeah, and it is like every time, like, Amber does even, like, get close to saying, "Well, yeah, maybe I did do this, but you also did this, and you did this, this, and that." Like, she can't ever just say, like, "Yeah, I did do this, and I'm sorry." Oh, and then, yeah, I suppose the other thing, along with, like, Emily continuing to exaggerate the severity of the nail marks, she also never, like, admits where she could have done anything wrong. Granted, like, maybe she really didn't just wake up out of nowhere and start an argument out of nowhere, but she definitely, I think she was, more than likely looking at porn, and it is like an acceptable boundary to have for your partner on Amberlynn's end, that you don't want your partner looking at porn. I get it. Like, people want to have that boundary sometimes. And if Emily didn't want to agree to that, she shouldn't have agreed to that, right? So, and also probably shouldn't have been, if she was actually, like, on the Reddit talking shit and in the Facebook groups talking shit. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be doing that about your girlfriend, right? But she has it, but again, though, this fight, like, isn't about that. This wouldn't be the place for Emily to be taking accountability for that right now. It's not about all that. This is about what Amber did, right? So again, I wouldn't necessarily have expected Emily to take accountability here. I would have expected her to take accountability more so in the snowflake interview, more there. But Amber says, "I am admitting I fucked up." Not really, though. To which Emily says, "Take some accountability." Amber says, "Go back and read everything I said. I even said I take accountability." Absolutely diabolical. Amber, like, how many times have we had to tell her, just saying, quote, "I take accountability," is not you taking accountability. You're so goofy. You're a fucking goober. My God. And luckily for us, we did just read everything she said. She said, I apologized multiple times. Yeah, but not really. And not specifically for anything. She said, I said I was shitty. I said I shouldn't have done that, etc., etc. I'm fully aware. Yeah, so stop saying it, because I'm aware. I know. To which Emily just says, right. Because, like, what good is it to, like, argue? And, like, again, like, if it had been me in the past when I was in a relationship like this, I would have sat there and been like, actually, no, you did it, this, and this is blah, blah, blah. Like, but no, don't entertain it. Don't feed into their crap. Just don't. So she just goes, right. And that's exactly what she should have said. Amber says, so I do it and it's still not good enough? You just asked for it and I told you I've done it already without you having to ask. My God. Emily says, I would never physically hurt anyone, no matter the situation. Side eye. Side eye. You indirectly physically hurt people, Emily. You do. Okay? With the whole, like, we all know why. With the feeder shit. Like, come on. Amber says, I didn't mean to physically hurt you, Emily. I would never do that to you. Emily says, you did. And, like, the evidence for that is strong. Like, why would Amber say that Emily deserved to be abused and then I don't need to go over it again. Amber says, you know, caps, that deep down. And I'm sorry that's how everything happened, but I didn't do those things on purpose. I wouldn't. I wish it were me that fell to the floor. Whatever, bitch. Emily says, you had to stop yourself when you picked up that water bottle to throw at me, too. Ooh. Okay. So y'all remember when Amber was looking through the text for, like, quote, evidence other than the arm picture? She was saying, like, this was evidence that Amber doesn't throw things at people, but she refused to actually show, like, the full texts. Like, this is why. This is why Amber will never show any full conversation of anything. It's because she knows how bad it is. She knows how much it actually does incriminate her. And it's fucking wild that, like, she has to know that, and that's why she will never show it to us herself. And yet, like, she knows that. She knows she has to keep all this, like, behind closed doors. Because if it ever reaches the light of day, her shit will be uncovered. But she, like, knows that inside of a little box, you know, like, behind that door, in this, like, it's almost like she understands the cycle of abuse, and, like, she's really trying to trap Emily into it so that Emily will stop seeing the bigger picture. Like, we can all see the bigger picture. And, like, the more I, like, analyze all this stuff and really think about it, like, I'm glad I slept on this too. The more, like, sick it is, the more, like, actually, like, it really feels like she really is, like, conniving and just kind of evil with the way that she conducts herself. Like, she does it in the most manipulative, like, evil way she can. So she says, to the water bottle thing, she says, what the fuck? I squeezed the water bottle, and then you were like, quote, are you planning on throwing that at me? And I immediately sat it down because I didn't want you to think that. It was like a stress ball texture. Yeah, I don't believe that. Okay, now this is interesting because I feel like this is why I brought it up too earlier. Maybe I didn't explain myself enough and why I felt like it was relevant. The order that Emily says that the two incidents happened, the arm grab and the push, I feel like it's important. Anyway, Emily says, because she says here, you literally just got done digging your nails into my arm and pushing me to the floor. Why wouldn't I think that about Amber potentially throwing the bottle at her? And it's important because I want to know, was Amber trying to hold on to Emily's arm first after she said the evil thing, and that's when Emily tried to leave and then like maybe Amber pushed her? Or was it Amber pushed her after saying the evil thing, about Emily deserving to be abused? And then after Emily gets up and goes to leave, then the nail thing happened. Like, I feel like it's a little important just for the sake of, I don't know. I just feel like it's relevant. But again, though, that is also fair. Even if what Amber says is true and it's all accidental, fucking whatever, it would be totally fair for Emily to think this about the water bottle thing. But it doesn't seem like now from that Emily left right away after being pushed. It seems like the bottle thing happened after the nail digging thing. So did she like get herself away from Amber and then like stayed in the room for another second or something? Anyway, regardless, Amber says, "This conversation is going nowhere. I've explained myself multiple times. I've apologized like I always do, which is deserved. And my mom won't answer." Huh. I'm just thinking, like, I don't know. I'm not sure what her point is. Anyway. And she said, "And my mom won't answer. I'm lost, and broken, and hurt, and confused, and remorseful, and scared, and alone. Like, how many fucking texts do you need to send, bitch?" Emily responds, "You did it to yourself." And Amber says, "You said you can't survive without me. You said you need me. You said you don't want me to leave and break your heart. You said you want to die." Oof. What am I supposed to do? I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Promise me you won't hurt yourself. God damn. So all of that now just happened in another 25 minutes. Because now we're at 4:51 when she sends another message that says, "And for the record, ... But then there's like no other message. And we know that Emily didn't delete anything. Like, there's nothing deleted here on Emily's end because Messenger does say, when you delete a message, it replaces it with a little bubble that says you deleted this message. Okay, and it's at this point in Rachel's video that she shows these 3 screenshots, I believe, because it shows the Amberlynn's pattern in the way that she texts, specifically when she does this like this listing thing. Like, she does text in like a broken way as if she would speak, but like what's more specific is like this listing thing. Like, when she really breaks it up, it's like becomes really obvious what she's trying to do. Anyway, and this is also like a little bit more evidence that I don't think Emily kicked Amberlynn. I don't think the couch incident happened. And during that reaction to Amberlynn's live stream where she talked about that, I think I even said, like, it just feels like she watched a bunch of TikToks about narcissists and how their eyes go dark and wanted to, like, copy them and, like, make a... I don't think that happened. And as everyone has pointed out, like, how the fuck is Emily supposed to move 600 pounds with her leg? Like, I know women have strong legs and all, but, like, how the fuck is anyone supposed to kick Amberlynn so hard that she, like, actually falls off a couch? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And anyway, it's proof because let's just go over it, right? They're arguing. This is February 11th, 2025, so, like, completely after the fact, after, the night, after the kicks, both kicks, that Amberlynn went over. After all that, they're arguing about money. Emily says, one time you paid. Even then, I ended up paying for everything but the fucking flight." So they must be talking about, like, I think their trips back and forth, I think, to visit. And it kind of shows, like, Amberlynn is, like, is she becoming, like, actually a cheapskate? She's, like, not even putting money on the table for something she has to offer anymore. Like, girl, what do you actually think you have to offer? Genuinely? And in all caps, Amber is like, "You are an idiot. Just for the casino, I paid $1,000. And Emily says, "You never paid me back for shit after you promised you would." And doesn't that track? Doesn't that line up with her not paying Beck for things that she promised her that she would pay them for? Did I just misgender Beck? I'm so sorry if I just did. I mean them. I meant them. But it's like, I until reading this again, I didn't even think of that. It's like another incident of Amber just like being fucking greedy. She like must have, like, when did she start getting greedy about it? After Destiny, you think? Kind of feels like it. Anyway, Amber doesn't address the broken promise thing at all. She just says, "Fuck off. Leave me alone. I want nothing to do with you." In all caps, by the way. All of this, all caps. "I don't care about anything you have to say. I have never been more done in my life." Massive eye roll. Look how mad she's getting about when money is being brought up also. Emily says, "You didn't have to spend shit at the casino. That was your choice." And I I really don't like it when, I mean, as much as I hate it when people like try to hold stuff over other people's heads, I really don't like it when people also like try to write things off by saying like, "Well, I don't care how much you did for me. That was all your choice." I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, Amber says, "Go find another Colleen," all caps. That's like, that's really mean. That's really mean. And then just like keep in mind, Amber, and granted, Emily could be smart enough not to say this type of shit over text because she knows that means there's a record of it. But we don't have any evidence of like Emily actually ever saying like nasty shit to Amber, like Amber has claimed. Where we do have that for on Amber's side, like proof and Amber's admissions that she has said like really awful shit to Emily.
5 minutes later.
Apparently Amber's in the fucking hospital. Right when all this shit drops. Gee, that isn't like predictable as fuck. Anyway, what was I saying? Amber's awful. Awful for saying this. Yeah, we have, sorry guys, I have to take breaks while I film this, otherwise like I'm gonna kill my voice. Yeah, after saying go find another Colleen, and Emily just says, "I never will." And Amber goes, "Leave me the fuck alone," like with the periods in between, all caps. Like as if Emily's the one who like won't drop this. She says, "I hate you, you broke me, all while I was trying to love you. You fucking destroyed me, all because I wanted to call you." Like, girl, there is call logs, by the way, showing what it looks like when, what Amber's, "all I wanted to do was call you," showing what that actually fucking looks like. It's psychotic. Emily says, "I didn't do shit to you." And, well, I don't know how true that is, but anyway, Amber says, "You are the one who needs help." And then she makes this long ass fucking list again, like all separate messages. "You belittle me. You cuss at me. You say awful things to me. You hang up on me. You block me. You treat me like garbage. You are never there for me. You do nothing for me. You never show that you care about me. You only say bad things about me." Okay, so let's go through here. Let's go through the list. Let's see. Belittle, cuss, say awful things. You only say bad things. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 things that are literally the same point. So that crosses those 3 down to 1. You hang up on me and you block me. Well, Amber, look at the way you call her. Gonna reduce that point to like maybe a half a point for maybe hanging up on you. But then again, maybe not, because you're probably fucking screaming at her. And then the you treat me like garbage. Okay. Maybe I'll give you that one. I don't know. I don't really care. Maybe you probably deserve it, honestly. And then the you are never there for me. That's probably not true either. And the you do nothing for me, also false. She took you to see fucking Billie Eilish. She drove you 18 hours home. She fucking paid for a lot of shit, apparently. She fucking washed your clothes twice, at least. So, fuck your list, Amber. Fuck your list. Emily says you are fucking delusional. True. Amber says, name one thing that shows you care about me. That's probably what she says. Um, but that's the end of those. So let's go ahead and get back to where we were. And sadly, we don't get to know what Amber says or what she means by the and for the record, the dot dot dot. We can only assume that maybe it was a Snapchat message, maybe it was something else. Who knows what it could have been, but we don't get to see what she said after that. But there is a really big gap of time here. From 4:51 a.m. We skip forward to 11:18 a.m. And Emily, what does this say? Okay. And Emily says at 11:18 a.m., I'm really hurt by what you said and did. And Amber doesn't respond. I wonder if this is the point where she's sleeping, where she says like, and then I went to sleep for like 3 hours and then it's the next day. I kind of wonder if that's what it is. Because Amber, she has been responding immediately after Emily texts and like kind of and doesn't read what she even says before she's responding again. So I'm assuming that this is like the few hours that Amber went to sleep. Because there was no response after Emily says, I'm really hurt by what you said and did. And at 1:09, Emily texts again and says, are you okay? And to which Amber doesn't respond still until 2:37. To which she says, I'm sorry and no, comma, I'm not. To which Emily doesn't respond to that until 3:25 p.m. and just says, okay, with a period. And I kind of feel like what was happening here is like obviously Emily's at work, right? She's working, she couldn't be texting obviously the whole fucking time. And it kind of because we know they break up and break up and get back together, break up and get back together over and over again, right? So I kind of feel like Emily was like kind of reaching out to give Amber another chance to like kind of take accountability right here. I really do. And again, like here, like maybe she kind of knows that Amber's probably sleeping by now or something, but it's either that or like they've just been arguing on other platforms that we didn't get to see. But anyway, I think Emily's response is just okay with a period because Amber just says, I'm sorry and no, I'm not. Like, she doesn't take any accountability, doesn't say what she's sorry for, yet again. Because she must be fully awake now because she is responding right back to her. It's not ever really Amber who leaves it for any length of time, right? We know that. So she's immediately just concerned with herself. She said, do you want me to leave? My mom called me this morning and I didn't answer. I don't know what to say or do. But supposedly, she should have already been on the phone with her mom, FaceTiming, sending screenshots of their conversation and this, and that, right?
Oh my God, you would not believe, like, I was sending my mom, and at this point, like, after the whole fiasco and like she went away, blah, blah, I'm like hysterical on the phone to my mom. Emily is messaging me all this, like the most crazy things I've ever heard of. And I'm like screenshotting all of it, sending it to my mom as we're on the phone, like video call. And my mom is just like, I felt so bad that my mom had to like see me like that.
But Emily doesn't respond to that because something else happened. It was blurred, I assume, because it maybe shows something important. But Emily got a phone call from Papa John's, and during this time, around 3:37, yeah, about 10 minutes after Amberlynn sent her message. Or no, wait, interesting. Hold on. Oh wait, give me a second. Okay, I don't know how relevant this is exactly, but because at 3:25 is when Emily says the okay period, and at 3:12 though was when the voicemail was left. Emily didn't take the screenshot until 3:37, 10 minutes. And we know Amber probably responded like right away. I'm just wondering, like, is Emily like purposefully ignoring Amber's thing, like, do you want me to leave? Because over and over and over again, Amber says, do you want me to leave? Do you want me to call my mom? You know, stuff like that. And I feel like Emily didn't really answer that question some of the time at least. And this was one of them. And I'm just wondering kind of like why that was. And I'm just so my gut feeling was like, is Emily like just kind of toying along with Amber, or is she like fishing for Amber to like take accountability so she can say yes, stuff like that. I don't know. But instead of like responding to that, Emily sends this screenshot of the transcription of the voicemail from the Papa John's driver who attempted to deliver a pizza, and asks Amber, can you call them back? And to which Amber says, they rang the doorbell and I told them it wasn't me. So at this point in Rachel's video, she stops to let us know that she noticed that I think she must have had like maybe a FaceTime call with Emily or something. But she had said that the back sliding door, like the back door, is like you can see it like from the front door, because they're like, you know how houses like sometimes you could walk straight through them, like they are, what would they be, like they're like parallel to each other or something like that. I don't know the correct word, but you can see the back door from the front door, so it's a straight shot. And it's just more proof that because Amber went down at 3 p.m., went downstairs for sure to answer the door, she would have felt like how cold it was, surely, right? I'm not sure where the stairs are in the home, but she should have absolutely felt how cold the floor was and the ground from the back door being open all that time. From what? The text started at 4:05 in the morning. So Emily would have had to have left the house uh before that, and we don't know when Emily's shift started. And okay, so now's a good time. Let me go ahead and pull up Amber's Rarity story that she gave in her initial live stream. Let me go ahead and grab that real quick.
Anyways, we get in a really fucking bad argument. She leaves through the glass door, leaves the door open. I did not notice because I did not go near the door. I did not go near the door. I was sitting at the kitchen table waiting for her to come home, and that's when I noticed the cold breeze. I noticed the cold breeze. Literally left the fucking door open. And she booked it so fast she didn't even close the door. I felt the cold breeze. Okay. In my brain, I was thinking, like it was just a lot. It was just a lot. In my brain, I was thinking, there's no way Birdie got out. We're good. It's like one of them things. Like Tommy's house is huge. Cats went everywhere. But it was the next day when I was like, something really just does not seem right. I haven't seen Rarity all day.
Okay, Absolutely wild. Like, knowing that she's the one. She's the one. Ugh. So, what I find really fascinating now about this story is when she initially says it, and after, she never says that there is any, like, length of time between Emily leaving to her sitting at the kitchen table and feeling the cold breeze. Like, how she doesn't say there's, like, I was sitting at the table later after her shift waiting for her to get home, and that's when I felt the cold breeze. She kind of, like, says it as if she went to the kitchen table immediately after Tommy left and was just sitting there waiting for Tommy to get home from there, and then goes on into this other part about how now it's the next day and that's when she noticed it. It's really, 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 really odd, right? And just, like, to that point, I remember in the initial timeline video I was saying about how, well, we knew she was lying anyway because, like, this, if she was sitting at the table, like, she should have noticed that the door was open because it's literally right here. Even if this was, like, the curtain was hanging over it, because it's the kitchen table is, like, right over here, right? And I grabbed these screenshots to kind of show the kitchen setup. And apparently from this door, you can see the front door. So anyway, so here's this clock back here, right? And here's this mirror right here, right? And here's the door. And I took this screenshot of Amberlynn's just channel. She always sits at the kitchen table. If she's downstairs, it seems like she's always at that damn table. But right here, let me zoom in this particular, like, video or two sections, that clock is behind her. That's where the kitchen table is. The sliding door is here. Here's the mirror, and you can see the clock in the mirror. And, like, how is, like, this not going near the door? Because this is near the door. Like, how is sitting at the kitchen table not going near the door? I don't get it. Like, the story doesn't add up. Like, no matter which way I try to look at it, it doesn't make sense.
We get in a really fucking bad argument. She leaves through the glass door, leaves the door open. I did not notice because I did not go near the door. I did not go near the door. I was sitting at the kitchen table waiting for her to come home. Notice the cold breeze.
Right, like, I just don't, it doesn't make sense. Like, when the fuck were you sitting at the table then? Like, why is it so confusing? But regardless, even if she did not go back downstairs to sit at that table until it was about time for Emily to get home, she still would have felt this breeze here, now, then, and would have started texting about it then, not way later. Anyway, Amber says she rang the doorbell, told him it wasn't me, and Emily responds, okay, was it unpaid again? I thought they weren't going to send orders here unless they were paid. And Amber responds, it's definitely Rachel and Megan, because if it were me, they'd use my number, but they don't have my number. I don't think it was paid. And then Emily responds, don't they have caller ID? And Amber goes, it's probably being ordered online. Emily says, you can't order online without paying for it first. And Amber says, maybe they're calling with a blocked number. Like, and Rachel speculated that maybe Amber got them to do this, like, to get Emily to respond to her, right? Because Emily got this at 3:12. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not possible. I think it's possible. I'm just not sure why Emily wouldn't have just come out with this right away instead of just saying okay, period. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. At 4:18 p.m., so this is officially like over 12 hours later. This fight has been happening for 12 hours. Amberlynn says, I do love you and I feel a lot of remorse. Remorse about what? What are you sorry for? And Emily doesn't respond until 5:20 p.m. She says, besides saying something about Colleen, that was the worst thing you could have ever said to me. That would be like me saying you deserve to have a fucked up childhood, then getting aggressive with you when you got upset about it. Oh, good Christ. And Amber responds with an absolute fucking like novel. Again, starting off with a deflection. She says, during one of your first rages towards me, you literally said, and I quote, no wonder why your parents don't talk to you. Oh? Oh? Let me go ahead and pause there, actually. What the fuck does that mean? We know that, what is it, George probably don't talk to Amber, right? They probably don't talk. But what is about this parents? Does that mean Mama Lynn is also getting sick of Amber? I mean, we all done knew that, right? But, like, to have evidence of it in some way is always better. Anyway, wow, okay. All right, let's keep that in mind. Good little nugget. Moving on, she says, you've also said things about my size, which is my biggest insecurity. Girl, you just earlier to start this whole thing off, you said you're, what did she say? Let me pull it up. My fat fucking bullshit of a body. Amber, you said that about yourself, okay? Stop. You have said things that have literally broken me into a million pieces and have left me hating myself and questioning my worth. That does not excuse what I said to you, but it shows that we both say things we don't mean. Girl, I think she means them. And I think you mean them too. I think you both mean everything you're saying. And even though your words tore through my soul, I forgave you. Shut up. Why? Okay. So just because you forgave Emily, does that mean Emily has to forgive you? No, it doesn't. I've apologized and taken accountability for what I said about Megan. No, you haven't. I even begged you for an hour to accept my apology and speak to me. There's nothing more I can do. I'm left weak and hopeless. I've accepted defeat. I'll leave because I'm no longer wanted here, and it's clearly not something you want to forgive me for and fix. Why does she have to fix it? Why does she have to do anything other than kick your ass to the curb? After everything that's been happening lately, my body is shutting down. I'm not myself. How did I miss this the first time? Her body is shutting down, you guys. Her body is shutting down. I'm not myself anymore. I feel sick every day and I feel scared. I wanted us to stick together and be there for one another. But when you woke up and yelled at me and was rude to me for no reason, it immediately triggered me and traumatized me. I acknowledge I shouldn't have said what I said, but the only way you and I can ever work is if you... Where the fuck? Is if you truly want it enough to admit that we are both at fault. I can wear a sign on my head admitting my faults during this. My ego means nothing to me. So why the fuck were you lying through your teeth after this? About everything. About all of this. My guilt and fear and defeat is overpowering almost any other emotion I have right now. I'm lost, and no matter what I say, you aren't hearing me. But I still continue to try because there's love there. That's why I'm here. Shut up. You don't... Here's the thing, Amber. Like, your words sometimes don't deserve to be heard because they are literally just bullshit. Hooey. Emily responds, I've apologized for the things I've said out of anger when my hormones were messed up, but you continue to treat me like crap and I can't do it anymore. See, now that I don't like either. Now that I really don't like either. Cause you know damn well it weren't your hormones that made you say things about Amber's parents and anything else you might have said. You know damn well, right? That just ain't it. I mean, like, maybe she could have been, like, more irritable, right? But that doesn't, it doesn't select the exact words that she's gonna use for her, right? You know what I'm saying? So I really don't like that. It does show like a kind of a refusal to for on Emily's end to take real accountability as well. That coupled with like the obvious like like great exaggerations about how bad the the gouges were, because they're not gouges. um so yeah, again, like I'm just kind of glad that these two are together and not with other people, because we know they got together again after all of this. I've been recording for almost 2 hours, and we're almost like not even halfway through it. A little, maybe almost halfway through it. They still got back together after this. Anyway, Amber responds, "I don't continue to treat you like crap." Like, yes, the fuck you do. Stop. "You woke me up in the dead of night to yell at me for something I didn't even do. I was sleeping." Her continued insistence, like, makes me believe that she wasn't sleeping. "I tried to explain to you that I was sleeping, that you probably had a nightmare. Instead of believing me, you called me a liar and was flat out angry with me. Of course I'm going to react to that. You scared me, downright terrified me. Instead of acknowledging that I didn't just randomly, quote, treat you like crap, I was literally reacting to how you were treating me. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it okay. But you were an ingredient in this situation, but you're making it out as if I'm the only one at fault." Okay. And it says, "Like I said," and it's going to be a little bit of a weird jump here because I have 35 in a separate screenshot. It says, "Like I said, no matter what I say, you aren't hearing me. You're believing that everything that happened is strictly my fault. That's not fair to me. But if you can't do this anymore, tell me. Tell me to call my mom. Tell me to do it now. I'm stuck and I don't know what the right thing to do is." Like, even through all this, like, we know the lengths she'll go to defend a lie, right? We know it. We know how many times she'll double down. Even with hard fucking evidence, she will continue to double down. And you know it's a lie, and you know she's not truly, like, offended by anything Emily's doing, because she's just doing this thing where she's, like, dry begging to stay. Oh my god. "I'm stuck and I don't know what the right thing to do is. I know you love me, and I know you say that you only threatened to break up with me because you're actually scared of losing me, so I don't know what to do. Just leave. Fucking leave. Oh my god, just get the fuck out of her house already." And if that's true, like, why is there no evidence of it anywhere? Amber, if that's actually true, show it. Show it. God damn. "You literally just told me all these sweet things a couple days ago about how I help you and you need me and that you don't want to lose me because you don't know what you do without me. You said even when you're shut down like this, it pains you to think of your life without me. So tell me if this is truly it. Are we truly done? Do I call my mom?" Pathetic. And after that, she says, "Calling my mom alters everything. It makes it real." Like, she said that she was already calling her mom. And I think we already watched the clip twice of ALR's version of, like, when after she pushed Emily, she said that she got on the phone with her mom and was sending her screenshots, and, like, because Emily was saying all these, quote, crazy things, and these are all the quote crazy things that Emily is saying, by the way. Emily says, okay, and again, this is another moment where Emily kind of, like, ignores Amber's thing to, like, should I call my mom? Should I call my mom? Like, Emily kind of ignores it, almost as if, like, I don't want to say like she's toying with Amber, but that is kind of how my gut does feel. Emily says, "You were upset that I didn't cuddle you like I said I was going to when I did." Okay, yeah. "You were upset that I didn't cuddle you like I said I was going to." Should be a comma when I did, like when she did actually cuddle her. Oh, is this what actually started the argument? Is this like what was like what they were arguing about before, like after Emily woke up? But anyway, because Amber goes into it, she says, "We didn't cuddle. You cuddled my leg for maybe 2 minutes and that was it. Yeah, it made me sad, not gonna lie. I was really looking forward to it after feeling sick all day. If you're breaking up with me and upset with me because I heard all day how badly you wanted to be skin to skin with me and cuddle me, and then it lasts 2 minutes, then fine, I was disappointed. I will admit that." Why is she now like saying, if you're breaking up with me because of this like little thing, when that's clearly not it? And I don't think Emily was saying that. I think Emily was responding to a specific part of her message. It's just weird. I wish I knew the full fucking story still, even now. And Emily says, "You wanted nothing to do with me and I was tired." And Amber says, "But I didn't argue with you. I calmly told you how I felt and then moved on. You fell asleep. I understand you were tired. But while awake, I was craving your skin and touch and warmth." Oh, okay, no. So this is what happened right before they like went to bed then. So that means if Emily does 12-hour shifts and they started arguing at 4, an hour and a half earlier, Amber was writing that message. When does Emily's shift start around like 10 or 11 or something? So it seems like Emily only slept then for like an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. When teasing it all day, I was anticipating it and it made me crave it even more. And Emily says, "I was cuddling you, but you wouldn't stop watching Jordy's stupid video talking shit about me." Amber says, "I turned my phone off completely." And then Emily says, "You were mad I took time after work instead of coming straight home. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Sorry." So it wasn't just even the cuddling thing. Amber had many gripes and grievances with Emily about a bunch of bullshit. And then, so even after Emily fell asleep, Amber's fucking around on her phone, typing this big ass, long ass fucking thing, shining her light around. My God, anyway. And Amber just says again, "Do I call my mom right now? Question mark. Emily says, "You said that you did." Like way earlier. Way fucking earlier, by the way. Amber says, "I didn't call right now. I contacted her when everything was going down, and she finally called back this morning. I didn't answer." So you texted her, and she called you back, and you didn't answer. Okay. She says, "Do you want me to go back to Oklahoma, Emily?" Comma, Emily. Ugh, ew. And again, just like continuing to dry beg. But I don't know why. I mean, I guess Emily does at some points answer and just say yes and do it and stuff like that. But I don't know why she doesn't continue to, I suppose. Anyway, Amber goes on and says, "It's simple. If you say no, I'll stay and we will work through this. If you say yes, I'll call my mom right now and tell her I need to leave and I need her help." To which Emily doesn't respond until 6:09 p.m. And she says, "I can't continue to have you mad at me for every little thing I do." To which Amber says, "I'm not." Which clearly, yes, the fuck you are. And which Emily says, "You are, including me coming home slightly later than I normally do last night." And Amber says, "I thought you got off work at 6:30. I'm sorry." Okay. So it's 6:30. Okay then. So Emily escapes the house a little bit before 4 a.m., assumedly. Argues with like Amberlynn probably until work starts. Actually, let me go back. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, and I don't know how how much of a drive Emily has to work. But it seems like around 4:50 is when Emily stops responding, and if she has to work at 6:30 and she hasn't slept, like maybe she drives to work, smokes a bunch of cigarettes, gets a coffee maybe or something if that's what she does. Maybe takes a nap, who knows? But absolutely starts work in that time after that, and then later on sends these messages. So we're just going to assume that Emily's schedule is like at 6:30. Or no, maybe it would have been later actually, because well, Emily doesn't say that she doesn't get off at 6:30. I'm going to go with 6:30. But anyway, so then, because it would track that Emily's like not answering right now. Maybe she's like in the car. Maybe she's driving right now. And at 6:42, Amber says, "I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We both have made mistakes and apologized." Oh, no, no, no. Maybe Emily's drive is only like 10 minutes. This is 6:09. She's going to get off work soon. So after Emily's probably supposed to be home, she's still not home, and Amber is starting to freak out, I think. Oh, shit. Going to number 40, it says, "If you want to be with me and have me stay, I will. But if you want me to leave and go back to Oklahoma, I need you to say it." And then it says C2 updates. It says, "Sorry, saw this background and thought it was adorable, so I had to change it." So Amber changes the background, right? And it is relevant. You know why? Because these would have said the time as well that they changed it. I think that's why there's not a new timestamp until here at 7:30. That would be like an hour after Emily gets off work, right? But anyway, before I get too ahead of myself, Amber changed the background because it pings Messenger when you do. She doesn't want to sit here and be sending a bunch of messages over and over and over and over again, right? But changing the background or like the emoji, it sends a notification through Messenger. So that's absolutely why she did that, so that she could have like another like an innocent way of like reminding Emily that she's still there and waiting for a message. That's absolutely what's happening. So then at 7:30, almost directly at 7:30, it's an hour after Emily's off work and Amber's at it again. And just like prepare your ear holes for this, okay? Just she says, "Remembering the last time we had sex and the way you held me in the middle of it for a minute is making my heart hurt so much. I felt so loved. I felt so connected to you. I don't want to lose you. I love you tremendously, comma, Emily." So she's freaking out. Emily's not coming home yet. The possibility of Amber actually having to go back to Oklahoma and them actually breaking up is becoming more and more real, because Emily just has not come home so that Amber can try to talk to her in person and manipulate her way out of this. And after that stupid ass comment about their sex life, Amber goes, "What do? I feel so defeated." To which Emily finally responds, and this is around 7:30-ish. Says, "I don't know, Amber." And Amber responds to that message with an emoji, because you can react to messages in Facebook Messenger with like the little crying face, the little fucking poor me. Amber goes, "Do you want me to leave or can this be fixed? I love you a lot. Do you love me? I'm just so sorry. I don't know what else to say." Still fucking dry begging. And Emily says, "I do love you, but neither of us are happy." And again, it's not like a direct fucking like answer. Like just saying like, "Yes, get out of my house right now." I mean, clearly they both keep getting back together, right? So I am gonna kind of assume that Emily is still just kind of like waiting and waiting and waiting for Amber to just finally say like anything that would indicate any true kind of accountability and like acknowledgement that her actions were wrong, without a deflection that Emily has also done this and that. And you know what? Saying that out loud, I get it, because like I stayed in my shit ass, stupid ass relationship for years, you know, like waiting for them to just like magically change. So you know what? I guess I get it. Them, like Emily, not quite wanting to just be like, yeah, get out for sure. I don't know. As I know she said that at first, but the fact that she doesn't keep up on it with as many times as Amber is asking is like, you know, I don't know. And anyway, Amber responds, I thought you were happy with me though. You said I help you and you don't know what you do without me. What does Amber help her with? It can't be emotional support. It's not cleaning. It's not cooking. Like, is it really just for the feeder aspect? Is that really it for Emily? Anyway, Amber continues, I can't beg for you to want to be with me. It makes me feel so pathetic. But I love you enough to work on this. We can't change overnight. Neither of us can. So Amber will do this. She'll beg and beg because, like, she is begging. I keep saying dry begging because, like, that's what it is. But she won't just admit that she's wrong. Because it really feels like she could just admit that she's wrong. Say, yes, I did do this. Yes, I did do this. And it, without bringing up what Emily did, and, like, sincerely apologize and take accountability. And it seems like that's kind of what Emily's waiting for, in my opinion. I might just be projecting because I was always waiting for the person to just finally say the right thing and finally, like, get it through their thick fucking skull, right? Yeah, but that's never gonna happen. But Amber continues saying the same damn thing. But if you truly aren't happy with me, I'll leave. I look so stupid fighting for our relationship right now. At least I'll leave you with knowing that I tried to fight for you. Tried to fight you, more like. God. I wasn't ever ready to give up, but I'll never force someone to be with me. Oh my God.
And things would get better and we would get better. There was this one time that we had an argument on the way home, and we stopped in the driveway and argued for a few hours in the car, and she just would not accept me trying to break up with her and would not let us go back in the house until I agreed to give her another chance to fix things and make things better.
You have. You have. You did, and you have. Emily responds, you're not happy either, though. You're always mad at me for something. And, like, Emily just outlined, like, what, 3 different little things that Amber was upset about. And Amber goes on to say, Emily, don't put words in my mouth. I have moments where I'm not happy. Yes, 100%. I hate arguing with you, but I'm happy. So don't say, quote, you're not happy either, because I didn't realize you were unhappy with me just because a couple days ago you said something completely different. Even last night in your truck when we were talking, you said how you loved me and all this positive stuff about our relationship. It confuses me. To which Emily responds, I do, but those moments that we have of you not being mad at me over nothing are getting less and less. And Amber just says that's not how it feels on my end. Girl, no one fucking cares. It's not always about how you feel. It's not always about your perception of things. God damn. She says, if I don't make you happy, I need to go. I just need you to tell me that because I can't make the first step into doing so. I hold on to hope. Yeah, we know, Amberlynn. We know you can't break up with anybody. Remember her sitting there saying that she's the one who broke up? My God. The whole thing just hurts so bad. I just want us to be touching right now. A hug that we both feel strongly. Emily says, you have told me that I emotionally neglect you. If that's true, then why do you want to be with me? Good read. Amber says, because I talked to you about it and you said that you were going through something. You told me that it'll pass and that things will get better. I believe you. I want to be with you. Now the question is, do you want to be with me? I miss you so much. Like, girl, that's how you know that all of that she's just so full of shit. If she actually believed that Emily was lying and this, and that, and she wouldn't want to still be here. She just wouldn't. Emily says, I can't give you more than I already am. I'm drained. I cried at work today telling, I think it said, I don't know, it's an M name, I think, about last night. And Amber says, you told her? 2 question marks. I haven't told a soul. She said that she was calling her mom. Like, she said in the live stream, like, her mom should already know, like, pretty much everything. Regard, Emily says, not details, just that we fought and I was up all night because of it. But also, like, leave it to the narc to be, like, alarmed that anybody else is getting an inside look at their crazy fucking bullshit. Because, like, they know that's the minute it all ends. As soon as other opinions get involved, the entire, like, delusional fucking reality that they've created for their partner unravels. That's why they want everything private. That's why they don't want your friends knowing. That's why they cut you off from everyone. Emily says, not details, just that we fought and I was up all night because of it. Amber says, I'm sorry, I can't give more than I already am either. Do you want to be with me? Emily says, I can't handle the BPD episodes. It triggers me to the point of shutting down for days. It's not fair to me. And there is a blacked out bit, and I'm gonna assume it has to do with unaliving. I am. I don't know who blacked it out, if it was Rachel or Emily or what. Anyway, says, because I'm triggered by you screaming at me over something like not asking nice enough to go outside and smoke for alone time. To which Amber denies. She doesn't deny that. Doesn't deny that. That she freaks out over little things like this, but still sits here and says to Emily, oh, I'm not upset about every little thing. She just says, I'm getting help for the BPD episodes. I'm waiting for them to email me back. It's the weekend, so they aren't working. I know it's hard and exhausting, and I'm so very sorry for that. But we love each other, and you said you didn't think you'd be able to find this kind of love, and yet here I am. What are you talking about, girl? What are you talking about? Is there like a shortage of like lesbian feedies or something? I don't want to lose you because of an illness I have due to childhood trauma and PTSD. I said that backwards, but it is what it is. It is so beyond unfair. I love you so much. You aren't answering me flat out when I ask if you want me to leave. Okay, yeah. Clocked on that part. That's what I've been saying. You won't say yes or no. Please just tell me. Although, no, to be fair though, to Emily, Emily was saying at the start, like, you ruined any chance of this working. Call your mom. And I think she did say it like 3 times. So, at the beginning. But Amber just keeps dry begging. So, she's like, can we work on this or do I need to leave? I've been distracting myself all day and it's very hard. Another distraction I'd like to do is scratchers, but I have no way of getting them. Can you please take me tonight? I really need a change of scenery and to put my mind into something else that is enjoyable. Rachel made this point too, because, like, obviously, right? Like, how fucking selfish can you be? How selfish can you be? Emily has been working, has not slept, has been fighting with you all day while you've been at home doing nothing, like getting your little naps in, I bet, and fucking throwing your cat out the door, out the window, whatever. And she's sitting here talking about how what she needs, her needs. She feels so like, Amber, get a fucking Uber, My God. And then she says, and obviously I want to do scratchers with you. I miss you and I'm just so sorry. Fuck, I feel dumb. My God. You are dumb. You should feel dumb. And Emily says, I'm going to go to bed when I get home. I haven't slept. I'm watching Mr. Snowflake's new video, and Casey described how you grabbed their arm with your nails was literally the exact same way you grabbed me. So the reason, like, Emily isn't home, she's, like, off work, and she's out somewhere, you know, just somewhere, and watching Mr. Snowflake's video in her truck. And Amber says, I did that to Casey because they choked me. She misgenders Casey yet again. Yet a fucking again. Because they choked me. How can you sit there and compare that after what I told you last night about him? So it is weird, like, the misgender and then straight to the correct gender. Maybe it was an accident. Like, I don't know. Maybe. Because she did go right to the correct one. So maybe. There's like a non-zero chance, but that's all I'm willing to give her on that. And Amber continues on, being the most hypocritical Lynn she could fucking possibly be. I was 19 when that happened. 16 years ago. And the fact that you're watching that makes me so fucking hurt. I can't believe you. To sit there and believe him. 3 exclamation points. After I opened up to you about what he did to me and what he still puts me through. Like, oh, okay. So the fact that it was 16 years ago means that Emily has to discount the whole arm grab thing. But Amber doesn't have to discount the fact that, like, or discount whatever Casey's allegedly putting her through. Like, shut up. And it's just another thing, like, we cannot let Amber forget about this crap. Okay? We can't. Like, I know the bug thing is, like, interesting and fun or whatever, and it's like the good old days of, like, Girl World when it wasn't all that serious, but, okay, can we not forget about everything else in the face of the fucking bed bug, please? And thank you. And, oh, and Amber, ooh, the way she, like, she tackles this opportunity harder than she tackled Emily for trying to leave the fucking room. To try and be the victim. This is, like, the best opportunity she's ever gonna get. She says, I'm sitting here crying, feeling remorseful, and thinking of all our good memories, and thinking of ways to improve our relationship, while you are sitting somewhere in your truck, watching, caps, my abuser tell lies about me. Straight into the victimhood. She continues, I literally cannot believe this is real life. Don't worry, I'm done asking you to be with me. What did Rachel say? This is the camel that broke the straw's back. I'm literally so hurt. And I don't know if she means, like, Rachel the reactor, or apparently Emily has an ex named Rachel, I guess. I don't know. Or no, maybe Rachel is, like, the ex-wife of one of the exes Emily had. I don't know. Actually, I don't. I think, maybe. Anyway, she says, I'm contacting my mom and I'm packing my bags. I'm such a fool to trust you and to think that you actually loved me. Way to steal Emily's words right out of her mouth. Way to, like, make your fucking reversal game, like, obvious as fuck. She says, I can't believe I trusted you and opened up to you last night about him. I shouldn't have said anything. And I bet the only reason she was, like, opening up or whatever was because they knew that Snowflake's video was about to drop, right? That's probably the only reason that they were even talking about it. And Emily goes, nice try at a reverse, Amberlynn. And Amber just goes, oh no, this isn't me reversing anything. You're sitting in your truck watching a reaction channel that has ruined both of our lives. And I can like see her, like, pointing her, like, fat fucking finger as she does this. Her dainty little size 8 finger. What is it? You're watching my ex, where is it? Lie and lie and lie about me. You're watching him deny every fucking thing he did to me as I sit here and beg, all caps, for your forgiveness. I'm done. I thought I could fix this, but I can't. And Emily just says, you literally grabbed me and dug your nails into me last night. And Amber goes, no, I didn't. ... Like, now she's just flat out denying it, you know? It's funny how, like, at first it was an accident, and then she goes straight up to denying it. And Emily goes, are you kidding me? Amber says, you told me I scratched you, and now I grabbed you with my nails? What nails, Emily? Emily never said the word scratch, by the way. And you don't need a long fucking nail to be able to dig it into somebody. You don't. She's stupid. It's not an argument. And she goes, I'm done. Thank you for clarifying why I need to leave. I'm calling my mom, and this time I'm serious. And you know what's like so... She looks like such a fucking goober, because this literally isn't any different than the same thing Emily has been saying this whole time. It's just like now Amber has like found this one little nugget of victimhood, and she's like completely latched onto it, and it's like infected her fucking brain, and it's like rotting it, and now she's like deluding herself into believing that she never like did any of this, and now I don't know, like it's just, that's what it feels like. I'm calling my mom, and this time I'm serious. I'm so hurt by you to believe him and to be sitting there watching that while I'm trying to fix this. I am literally sickened. Sickening. Am I supposed to believe Megan and Rachel? 3 question marks. Am I? 3 question marks. Like, what the fuck? 3 exclamation points. I never believed them. And Emily says, just a scratch, huh? And to be fair, like, Emily, yes. If anything, it might even be less than a scratch, honestly, girl. Like, you... Like, again, I'm sorry that happened to you, but it's not as bad as you're making it sound. It just isn't. You know, it just isn't. I'm sorry. Amber says, how would you feel if I said I believed Rachel because you make me feel insane? Like, moments like this. How would you feel if I said I believed you made Megan eat more, or that you also abused her? I would never fucking say that. I would never believe someone over you. And I would never compare abuse stories. Like, what the actual fuck? You are not the person I fell in love with. Have fun watching me. Have fun watching me, Snowflake? Oh, Mr. Snowflake. Okay, gotcha. Have fun watching Mr. Snowflake. Oh. There is a gap here. A missing one. Emily. Rachel did acknowledge this. Like, there is a missing piece here, and I didn't just like forget a screenshot, I promise. I'm assuming that she said like the man who ruined both of our lives or something like that. Anyway, you know she just yaps some fucking more about nothing. Amber says, you know they both have a motive. That motive is to make me look like a monster, and you're believing it. Awesome. Should I have believed everything said about you? That's not love. Okay. Emily is showing she just went back and took a screenshot of like Amber, like her telling Amber again, like, you said that I deserve to be abused by Megan. And that, I mean, that is basically Amber saying that she believes Megan, right? That's basically what she's saying. But Amber ignores that screenshot, ignores the context, ignores being caught red-handed, and just says, yep, ignore what I'm saying. Like, as if that's, like, not what she's literally doing right now. Says, you could have come home and we could have fixed this. Instead, you chose war. Why, Emily? Question mark. See, exactly. So, Emily is off work. She has been off work. And Amber just wants Emily to come home so that Amber can talk to her in person. That's what she wants. You remember, like, 2 fucking hours ago when I said keep that nugget in mind? About Amber wanting Emily to come home? Yeah, like 2 hours ago I said that. It's becoming relevant. Emily says, I said it multiple times that you grabbed me and dug your nails in. Now it's just a scratch. Beat around the bush all you want. You know you physically assaulted me. The fact that you can't even own up to it is just great. Go ahead and call your mom. You know what? And that's okay. See, reading that again, that I think I'm right. I think Emily avoided like continuing to tell Amber to go home for so long because she really just wanted Amber to own up to it. She really, really, really wanted Amber to just like admit it, you know? Like show anything, show any kind of like actual remorse, actual accountability. And she just hasn't. She's still sitting here crying victim over like the tiniest little thing that she could latch onto. And anyway, Amber says, I was trying to fix this, but I can't be the only one to do it. You literally kicked me and won't admit it. You're crazy. You straight up kicked me. I'm done, Emily. I'm calling and packing. See, now this just feels really fucking random, doesn't it? Why would she say you literally kicked me and won't admit it? Amber hasn't said anything about that this whole time. Like, this whole time at all. Like, and if Emily hasn't denied kicking her because Amber hasn't alleged it until even right the second. And it's not like Emily's had a chance to respond. You know, she's typing this, like, super fucking fast. Right? And it's really interesting that it only comes up after Amber accuses Emily of, quote, choosing war. See, now that's fascinating. And of all the texts that Amber showed, it decided to show, I think this was one of them, right? Like, you literally kicked me. Like, of all the texts that Amber could show, she only showed ones where it was, like, her saying that Emily kicked her. Right? With the arm photos, anyway. You literally kicked me and won't admit it. You're crazy. You straight up kicked me. I'm done, Emily. I'm calling and packing. And Rachel theorized that the only reason Amber really started doing all this and saying all this is so that she could take screenshots to send to her mom. To convince her mom that this is real and that her mom really should come and get her. Amberlynn says, I'm calling and packing and calling her now. And Emily says, I didn't fucking kick you, Amberlynn. And then this is the one message that Amberlynn had showed us on her computer concerning the arm photo. Give me one moment.
Different day where there's fresh. This is a completely different day, Cindy O. A completely different day where there's fresh marks. She faked nail marks days later.
So this is like the one thing that Amberlynn did show out of all of the messages. Just the one where she's accusing Emily of kicking her. When she didn't say anything about kicking at all up until now. Like, nothing. And then this is when Emily sends this photo, though, right? After saying, I didn't fucking kick you, Amberlynn. And I'm more inclined to believe her on that because Amber has not mentioned it. Has not mentioned it. But then sends this photo, right? With this nail mark on it. And it's just that the fact that at this point, Emily wasn't home again yet. She hasn't been home again yet. She's went through her whole shift. And so here's the thing, like, Emily did put that mark there herself for the photo. And we will continue. I have, like, more assertions to make. It's not, like, just that. Although one thing, though, although I do believe that Emily did put in the nail mark, the one thing that she does prove is that these photos were absolutely sent the same day. They were. Okay, because it's just that she sent it through text. This is like the proof that Emily did send it at 4:25, and it is just like I said. Amber screenshotted these photos pretty much as soon as she was sent them. She did. That's why the timestamps are so fucky. So she did send this and take it on the same day. That's for sure, right? But this is the first mark, the first bruise at 4:30 in the morning, okay? And she doesn't send the second photos until 9:15 at night. And she has not been home this entire time. Okay? And this is the photo that she sends and deletes. But it says there was 2 messages deleted. I don't know what the first message deleted was, and it was clearly deleted before even Amberlynn took the screenshot. But regardless, the rest of this message, this rest of this screenshot, Amber says, I'm on the phone with my mom and she wants me to go back to Oklahoma. Emily says, okay, then go back to Oklahoma. And again, like, this is a message that Amber sent, like, without even, like, really looking at the photos, because she doesn't really respond to them until after that. And she goes, how can you fake something like that? What the fuck? Emily says, the fact that you're denying that you laid hands on me last night instead of fucking apologizing, I fucking can't. Okay, so now we're about to go into the purple messages. And Rachel says that the purple messages started pretty much like right after this whole conversation. And it does track. So these purple ones, it should lead pretty much up to and up to the blue screenshots we had from Mr. Snowflake, where Emily was saying, I am afraid to come home, and Amber was saying that Rarity was missing. This is like pretty much immediately leading up to that, because Emily had sent that last arm photo at about 9:30, okay? So it was 9:15, just to be more exact, and I pulled it back up just for a second to check. And Emily says, you can see the fucking early bruising, which is even darker today. Amber says, you are ignoring what I'm saying. Emily says, like little fingerprints. Amber says, what dot are dot those dot nail dot marks dot. Like, that's what she's saying, right? And I get, like, so here's the thing. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going, actually. And Emily says, I'm showing you how you fucking grabbed me. And Amber says, no, you faked nail marks and just got caught. Emily says, I literally sent you the photo last night. And Amber just says, the nail marks, what are those? Emily says, I showed you the nail marks with the bruises underneath to show exactly how you fucking grabbed me. Okay? So that's the point, okay? So it's like, it's not so much that, like, Emily faked the second photo with the actual nail mark. She just claims that she's showing Amberlynn, like, how Amberlynn grabbed her. Like, she's doing it as an example. That's what she's saying. That's what I really feel like she's saying that. Rachel didn't seem to think that. Rachel seemed to think that it was just real, but I don't. Because I did this experiment in the timeline video. I made a nail mark just like that on my own arm. And after 10-15 minutes, it was disappearing, and it left a little, like, bruise-ish looking mark, like the first photo that was sent. And that's why I was so goddamn confused on, like, why the bruise photo was first, but the actual nail mark photo was second in the timeline. That's why I was so fucking confused. And now it makes sense. It is because Emily did put that mark there herself. She did. But it doesn't mean that Amber didn't grab her. Amber absolutely fucking grabbed her. And it is, like I said, she just didn't get the initial photo with the actual nail mark in it the first time because she was still in the house arguing for a few minutes after. And we know that because there was apparently time for Amber to pick up said water bottle and act like she was going to throw it. So Emily didn't immediately leave the house after being pushed and grabbed. So that's why there wouldn't have been like a nail mark in that photo. And I can see kind of why Emily might recreate it, just because Amber has been denying it this whole time that she did not scratch Emily or anything like that. So Emily like recreates it and sends her the photo like, here, this is how you grabbed me. And I'm showing you, this is what it was like. But Amber is just like, you know, attaching herself to this thing of like, no, you faked those and I caught you. But I don't know, you know, I don't know. But here's the other thing though, there is a gap, I think, between here and where we left off of at 55, right? At Black 55 to Purple 1. So why is there a gap? I don't think it's because Rachel didn't show everything. I think maybe it's because Emily left a gap. And then here's the thing about Black 55, right? Let me pull up Black 55 again. Why is Black 55 like a different theme, a different color scheme, right? Because if all of this came from Emily, and it must have, because Emily's the one who deleted the photos or the messages. Why is this different than everything else that Emily sent? Like, here's Black 54, right? And then why is this one, the brown one, when she went back to do it, a different color as well? Like, when did the theme change between Black 54 and Black 55? And then why is it only different for that one little section in Black 55? And then we go back to the regular darker blue in Purple 1. Like, that's all very fucking strange to me too. Anyway, back to the point. He says, I showed you the nail marks with the bruises underneath to show exactly how you fucking grabbed me. But then Amber kind of, like, Amber lets go of the you faking the nail marks thing. It seems like she understands then what Emily was saying and trying to do. And then goes to, that is not how I grabbed you, my God. Like, instead of denying it, she goes back to just, like, she instead says, like, admits to grabbing her, but saying, that's not how I grabbed you, though. You know, she, like, immediately lets go of the faking bit. Which is strange, right? Because if Emily really had faked them, she wouldn't, like, does she carry on with it? No, like, if she really did fake him and it was that big of a deal, Amber would have kept latching onto it, but she doesn't, because she understands what Emily's trying to say by recreating them. Anyway, so that's why she says, that's not how I grabbed you, my God. To which Emily responds, are you fucking kidding me? You grabbed my arm and squeezed with your fingers, digging into my arm. And Amber goes, Emily, I know I didn't do that because the whole time last night I was just trying to hold you. Wow. And then says, Steven said he will come get me. Emily says, Amberlynn, you admitted to me that you did and said how terrible you felt. Now you suddenly didn't do it. And Amber goes, not like that, Emily. Not like that. Always with the repetition. And then Emily says, unbelievable. Or body slamming me to the floor and then saying it was you tripping on the blanket and then it was the rug. And then Amber just goes, wow. To which Emily says, I thought I knew you. Amber says, I didn't fucking body slam you. I'm a 500-pound morbidly obese woman who can't even carry in groceries, Emily. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. Because 4 was missing in this group. Says, you know how wrong, you know, or sorry, you know how strong you are, and now you're just all of the sudden weak? 3 question marks. And then Emily asks, so if you use your momentum to swing 500 pounds at me when I'm not expecting it, it wouldn't cause me to fall because I'm stronger than you? I was trying to get out of the door. Which is an amazing point that we can all see from a mile away. Like, but except for fucking Amber for some reason. Her gaslighting attempts are just so bad. And Amber goes, how the fuck do I swing 500 pounds at you when I can barely move that quickly? 2 question marks. You aren't making sense. Listen to yourself. I tripped and even said, quote, fuck my ankle. Ankle reference. But here's the thing. Amber showed a clip. I think it is in the Wisconsin videos. Like, I'm sure I could find it, but I will come across it anyway coming up shortly. Of her literally, like, doing a little jog and saying something like, look, folks, I can run, or something like that. She was outside and it was dark out. And I think it was Emily filming her. So she can absolutely get enough momentum to fucking swing her 500 pounds around. But yeah, that was 4. Sorry, some of these are just a little wonky. But that's, you know, gotta do it to them. Anyway, back to 5. After Emily says, I was trying to get out the door. Oh yeah, no, we went past that. Emily says, then how did I end up on the ground and you didn't? Amber says, this can't be real. Emily says, you hurt me, both mentally and physically. Amber goes, they're literally begging me to come home and I'm still sticking up for you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? And, okay, and Emily will make the point I want to make in just a second. She says, right, totally believe you. And then Amber sends, like, some weirdo fucking screenshot of, like, her on FaceTime with her mom. As if that's proof of something. But anyway, Emily says, if you're sticking up for me, then why would they be begging you? Which is such a good fucking point. And that was immediately my first thought too. Like, why the fuck? Like, the only reason they would be begging her to come home is if they thought that Emily was being, like, abusive and crazy. Right? But Amber ignores it and she says, I'm being fucking serious, Emily. Steven told me he will come and get me, and I keep saying how I love you, and there's good moments. Like, shut up. And Emily, like, clocks her again. She goes, what's the point of this screenshot? Did you mean to send that to me, or... And Amber goes, yes, to prove I'm on the phone, because I'm not lying. Because she knows herself that she was lying before about calling her mom. That's why she's proving she's not lying now. And Emily says, I believe you're on the phone. I don't believe you're sticking up for me. You said there is good moments. Did you tell them you got physically aggressive with me last night and that's what led to this? And Amber, without denying it, goes, that's not what led to this. It's like you're trying to build a case, ... You're genuinely scaring me. I don't recognize you, but I'm telling them the bad about me and you, but also that I fucking love you and know you have PTSD. And Rachel made a comment about Amber's comment too, where she says, it's like you're trying to build a case. It's like really, it's just projection at its finest. It truly is. Because Amber, all of the sudden, after not bringing it up at all, was saying, you fucking kicked me, Emily, and you won't even admit it, after not bringing it up at all ever before. Like, how is that? Like, it's just projection. It really is. Emily says, and it was until I saw that you did the exact same thing to someone else. And it was until I saw that you did the exact same thing to someone else, it made me realize that this will happen again. And Amber goes, wow, you believe that, bitch? Imagine if I said that about your exes. You'd fucking flip. Well, here's the thing, like, Amber, maybe you should have, if Emily still has all these videos on her phone of this, and that, and you're shocked that you're doing the same things they are. Like, maybe that should have been a sign for you or something. And you should have just left, like you're threatening to do. But it really doesn't seem like that's the case, right? Does Emily even still have, like, these old videos of her exes, or is that just bullshit too? Like, I don't even know. Emily says the bad about both of us. Right. You can't even admit that you hurt me when you admitted it last night. And you did say you believed Megan, literally last night. And Amber says, no, I didn't. Holy shit. And I said, quote, because you pushed Megan, didn't you? Out of anger. I admitted that. Amber, just because it's not verbatim the same fucking thing doesn't mean it's not still the same thing, okay? Because it is. Narcs in their fucking semantics game. They love it so much. Emily says, it's just a strange coincidence that she said, that they said that you grabbed him the exact same way you grabbed me last night. Amber says, ... I can't do this. There's so much comparing I can make too, but I don't, because I believe you. Amber, like, with peace and love, maybe you should have been fucking comparing. Okay? Emily says, you can't do this because you know I'm right. And, like, honestly, it's kind of a good read. Amber says, I feel like I'm talking to someone in a delusional state and it scares me. Stop with the projection. How would you feel if I believed what they say about you? Like, girl, you basically did. Emily responds, how is it delusional? You admitted you grabbed me last night. Now today you're denying it. Amberlynn says, grabbed. Yes, I wanted to hold you. I didn't dig my nails into you. Emily says, yes, you did. It hurt. Amber says, I would never do that to you on purpose, Emily. We can't keep going around in circles. Emily says, so it was an accident you dug your nails in. I don't understand. You're right. It will just keep going in circles because you can't admit to what you did. And that's straight up what it is. Amber just goes, I didn't dig my nails into you. I will firmly stand by that, Emily. And I didn't slam you into the ground either. I will stand by that as well. I admitted that everything was fucked up last night, but you still somehow just want to make me into this person that I'm not. I don't understand how or why this relationship led to this, but it did. Shut up. Steven is coming to get me this weekend. You've officially lost me. The very thing you feared and the thing I feared. I will forever cherish our happy moments, so thank you for those. It really just feels like... Hold on. It feels like this message that Emily sent right at the very start. Like, when she said, you just ruined any chance of this ever working. Like, Emily has been firm about the breakup since the start, but it feels like Amberlynn just, like, has to, like... I think that's why, like, Amberlynn insists that she's the one that broke up, even though she's not. She didn't initiate this. Emily did, and Emily's the one who's been saying, like, no, you should leave. She broke up, and then later on was, like, after giving her, Amberlynn, like, seemingly a lot of chances to just take accountability, Emily finally goes, nope, you should call your mom. You know, like, you should leave. But now here's Amberlynn saying, you've officially lost me. The very thing you feared. Like, shut up. You're not the one who broke up, Amber. You're not. Okay? Fetch isn't a thing. Stop trying to make fetch a thing. Anyway, Emily responds, it is the weekend. So you're telling me you're gonna be here for another week making my life miserable. Amber says, I don't plan on making your life miserable. No. I was honest with them and I told them that I don't want to lose you. I told them that I love you more than I even love myself. Shut up. Emily says, I don't believe a word you're saying, to be honest. Amber just says, which part? All of it. She just said that. I don't believe a word you're saying. So what do you mean, which part, Amber? Everything I'm saying is real. 1,000% real. I had a full BPD crime meltdown on the phone with my mom and Steven. It was embarrassing as fuck. It was 32 minutes long. We just hung up. Oh my god. Emily says, and I'm sure you said all sorts of lies about me and left out the part of you physically attacking me last night. Amber says, and the thing is, I've never lied to you, Emily. And then goes, like, because she can barely read what Emily has to say before she can get out what she wants to say. And I didn't physically attack you. Like, again, it's just, that's how fast that they're texting, or that Amber is texting. And Emily says, you literally are lying right now. Amber goes, what the hell is wrong with you? How am I lying right now? I didn't tell them lies. My mom even said, quote, did you grab her? And I said, quote, yes, I did. Interesting. So I'm not here to look like a saint because I'm not. I'm accountable in what went wrong. Emily says, I don't believe that for a second. Why would she even ask that? Amber says, because I told her what you were messaging me. Emily says, I don't want you sleeping in my bed. You slept all day. You can stay up all night again. Amber goes, I said how I felt you were exaggerating. And that's when she asked. Okay, so here's the first kind of, like, example of Emily also just not really reading what Amber is saying and texting back really fucking fast. Although, to be fair, Amber has said so much at this point that I can kind of see, like, ignoring her a little bit. Because it seems like she's responding back to when Amber said, because I told her what you were messaging me, and Emily goes, messaging me that I want you to admit you grabbed me, question mark, exclamation point. And the reason, like, I keep pointing this out is because it just, like, it highlights, like, the intensity of the emotions, of how heightened Amberlynn's emotions are in this, and how heightened Emily's emotions are now getting in this. I think it's important, I feel. And then Amberlynn continues, so she asked, I said, they can get me this weekend, but if I change my mind, I'll let them know. That's how pathetic I am. Because regardless of all this, I'd still stay. So then here's the other thing, is Amber is choosing to leave later than she could have. Because she's the one who decided the next weekend, not them. Because she goes on to say, or after Emily says, I'm not exaggerating it, you're downplaying it, like, fair read. Amber goes, should I leave, question mark? Like, for real. 1,000% for real. Steven kept telling me I needed to leave sooner, but my pathetic ass doesn't want to lose you. So Amber is purposefully choosing to stay longer. And then she keeps going, another fucking list of bullshit. I think of your smile, I think of your laugh, I think of the way you look at me, I think of your hands, I think of us cuddling, I think of our goofiness, I think of our pets, I think of the way your heart beats. My God, the list can go on. I think of all those things, and all I want to do is stay. And Emily ignores that. She goes, why don't you leave sooner? Amber says, because I want to leave, right? I need to clean up the messes I've made and pack accordingly. But then goes, and I love you. And every second more with you is something I desire. It might make me insane, but I can't help how much I love you. So even then, knowing how uncomfortable she's made Emily, she's hurt Emily, on accident or not, she has physically hurt Emily and mentally hurt them, knows that Emily is uncomfortable with Amber being there, doesn't want to share the bed with Amber. Emily is still out, has not even come home yet. And Amber is still, like, being so selfish because she wants to stay. Because she loves her and desires more time with Emily, is deciding to stay through to the weekend, even though Emily and her family, or not Emily's, Amber's family, wants Amber to leave sooner than that. But she's still insisting on staying. And now, like, responding to Amberlynn's, like, dumbass list, Emily goes, you don't think of those things when you're screaming in my face for taking too much time, parenthesis, 50 minutes to myself. Amber just goes, you're right. Because I have BPD, my brain won't let me think of those things. I hate my brain. I have this illness. It has absolutely ruined me. Like, be so for real right now. Be so fucking for real. Emily goes, you can't blame your shitty behavior on BPD. I think that's why you don't want counseling, because you know that's what they are going to tell you. And Amberlynn heart reacts this message. She says, I strongly regret those moments. You're right. It's scary. Emily says, yet continue to do them. Like, again, like, so many good reads. Like, as, like, awful as Emily might be behind the scenes where, we don't know, like, she's still reading Amberlynn to filth. And Amberlynn says, I want therapy so bad at the same time. And again, like, what did I just say? Emily goes, having to take accountability isn't something you're willing to do. That's why you're not getting therapy, period. Point blank peer, as fucking Amberlynn loves to say. Anyway, what she does say is, it'll be worth it. I want to take more accountability. I'm willing and ready. It's just scary. That's all. Yeah, so scary. Having to admit you might actually be the problem all the fucking time, and it might actually need to be you who changes. And then here we go. Emily says, yet you can't even admit that you physically hurt me last night. Grabbing and squeezing isn't a fucking accident. Start taking accountability there. Oh, God. And then Amber, nothing else has worked. So she goes back to Old Faithful. Whatever she does when she cannot get out from behind something, she'll go to this. She says, Emily, comma, from the bottom of my heart, comma, I don't remember squeezing you. She goes, I remember grabbing you to hold you and calm you down. Oh yeah, and I didn't even, like, catch this before. Well, I mean, I did, I forgot to say it. When Emily says the first time in Pink 18, when you're screaming in my face, so then Amberlynn just says, you're right. She says, you're right. Amberlynn admits that, like, she does blow up over these tiny little fucking things. Like, Emily taking an hour to herself. God forbid. I remember grabbing you to hold you and calm you down. Again, with this stupid fucking narrative that nobody's gonna fall for. To which Emily says, how can you not? Amber goes, if I squeezed and hurt you, I'm sorry. If. She always does that. Emily says, you were screaming in my face, not calming me down. To which Amberlynn, like, just doesn't deny it. She says, I'm sorry, more than you know. What do we do going from here? I am no longer wondering how I'm going to get back to Oklahoma because we now know that they are willing to come get me, parentheses, this weekend unless I change my mind. Now it's more so, comma, do we actually want to break up or can we overcome this? Like, girl, stop with the dry begging. Because at this point, Emily has, like, stopped with this whole little, like, ignoring her questions of, should I leave? She has said, call your mom to come get you. Like, she's stopped beating around the bush in that front. And that's why Amberlynn called in the first place and showed this that stupid, like, screenshot of her being on FaceTime with her mom, right? So why is she still asking? Why is she still asking at this point? And Emily says, like, again, very definitive. There is no overcoming this. You'll be nice to me for a week, and then it's going to go back to the way you have been treating me. Like every other fucking ex has said.
The promises to change would always depend on what my reason for wanting to leave was about at the time. There were a lot of times that Amber promised me she would get therapy in order to change her behavior. She never continued going after the first few appointments, so no progress was ever really made. She promised that she would do better on her diets, that she would help to clean more, that she would be less strict, Her attempts to change were never really authentic. After each promise, she'd try for a few days, she'd be nicer and demand me do less for her, but then gradually go right back to her old ways. The less mobile she became, the more mean and controlling she would be. She became more confident in the way she treated me and in her belief that I would never leave. It continued to escalate until the end of the relationship. She also knew that the less independent she was, the more she needed me, the more bad I would feel for her, and the less likely I would be to leave.
I'm sure you'll quote clean like you have been this whole time you've been here, i.e., not at all. Leave me with ruined, brand new carpeting and ruined rugs. And a broken soul. But she just deflects. She goes, please don't act innocent in this. You've been awful to me too. We both have. We have both also apologized to one another. Yes, it does keep happening, but can we figure out how to stop it? Like, why are you asking? Why do you keep asking? She said no. Emily goes, I have had moments where I snap on you. A person can only take so much, Amberlynn. And that might very well be true. Like, I do wonder, are these moments where Emily has, like, been, quote, awful to Amberlynn, been after Amberlynn, like, freaks out about Emily having alone time or not cuddling her the right way, apparently, or something. Like, something fucking stupid. Ugh. Amber says, I agree. So am I leaving, question mark? Like, stop asking. Just go! She goes, wait, I read that wrong. I also have moments where I snap on you. Like, we know, bitch. We know. And then this is where, okay, so here we go. Here we go, right? You know, like, remember in that live stream where she said, oh, we're getting to the rarity. Well, it's been 3.5 hours. We're finally to the rarity. She says, I haven't been able to find Rarity all day. I need help finding her, please. All right, and here we are. These are the screenshots that I saw in Mr. Snowflake's video when, well, these are the screenshots that I noticed that these were the same day as the arm photos that Amber had sent us. But in Rachel's video, she said that she noticed that there had been this gap, right, of like 20 minutes. This one says 10:06. This one's 10:26, right? And even I was at the time too. I was like, oh my god, like what happened in this gap? Like it seems like really interesting, right? Like feels like we have to know. Well, now we know. We have it. Okay, so you remember after this bit where Emily says she's afraid to come home. Amberlynn says, I didn't go to the back porch. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to cause you any stress. You can come home and go into the bedroom. I'll stay in the living room till you wake up for work. And then we just didn't know what happened. Well, here is what happened. Okay, and then also just like keep in mind, remember what I said like hours ago. Amber wants Emily to come home. Emily has not come home yet. It is 10:14 p.m. I think Emily got off work about 3 to 4 hours ago. And she still isn't home. And she says, I'm afraid to come home, to be honest. And that tracks with the fact that she's literally not fucking there yet. So that's why Amberlynn gets so desperate. Because the whole time, Emily is not giving in. She hasn't said she's going to give Amber another chance. She's been firm, like, call your mom, go home, we're breaking up. And Amber just wants to talk to her in person, right? And she can't get that. So what could she do, right? What could she do? What can Amber do to get Emily to come home? Rarity. Okay? And then this, keep in mind, this is after she just said that she can't find Rarity and she needs help looking for her. Okay? Emily says, I'm afraid to come home. Amber goes, I didn't go to the back porch. Don't be afraid. Blah, blah, blah. I'll even order you something to eat if you're hungry. I'm mentally exhausted and I know you are too. I don't want war. I just want peace. It'll be okay. So it sounds an awful lot like the soothing she was trying to do to Emily after pushing her over by rubbing her back and trying to say it'll be okay. It's just weird. And Emily says, I don't want to sleep by you all week, so what am I supposed to do? Because we know how Amber is about sleeping in the same fucking bed. She's a freak about it. She says, I'll sleep on the couch or the extra bed. I'm not going to cause you any stress. You can come home and go into the bedroom. I'll stay in the living room till you wake up for work. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's like super... almost pretty much the same screenshot. Sorry. But after she said, I'll sleep on the couch or the extra bed, she goes, you can have your bed. Great. How generous of you, Amber. Thank you for giving Emily her own fucking bed. Says, I don't want this to hurt any more than it already does. I'm not here to cause you distress. I love you tremendously, and I wish you felt hopeful that we could fix this, but I understand. Do you, though? Because I don't think you do. I really wanted you... This isn't my arrow, by the way. This is Rachel's arrow. It was just there when I took the screenshot. I really wanted to grow old with you the way you looked at me. I wanted to see those eyes for the rest of my life. Like, really, Amber? This is what you wanted to look at for the rest of your life? Okay. Emily responds, you don't love me, Amberlynn. And Amber just goes, I love you so much that I feel sick to my stomach right now. And Rachel made this point, and I kind of agree. Like, do you feel sick to your stomach because of Emily? Or do you feel sick with guilt because you literally just tossed your fucking cat out the door? She goes, what I wish we were doing. And then, oh god, I forget what it's called. I'm tired now. Whatever. What I wish we were doing. We were in bed, laughing, eating dinner, feeling happy and at ease, and watching a show. Like, how are you, Amber, like, how are you thinking about this right now, though, if you can't find your cat? If you think your cat is missing, how are you still thinking about, like, doing all these things with Emily? Like, I don't care that you're in the middle of a breakup. If your cat is truly missing, that should then become your number one priority, okay? Also proves, like, it was not the next day that Amber noticed this. Oh, wait. No, that's... Hold on, yeah, no, that's why Amber says that. Because she slept for, like, 3 hours. And that's why she calls it the next day, remember? Okay, so when she says Rarity went missing the next day, it's not true. It was the same day. She's just a dumbass. Okay. Regardless, she continues to say, you have no idea how much I miss you and regret everything. Like, what do you regret? It says, can I prove to you that and I'm not sure what else it might say. Because then we go back to 25. So there is still a little bit missing. Because we know these bitches can text a lot in 20 minutes. We just covered that, right? I don't think that's all there was. Okay, wait, no, maybe. Well, no, it can't be. But there was definitely more, because we get the cut off. It says, Amber goes, can I prove to you that then it's cut off, and then we skip to 10:26. Damn. Damn, after all that, and we're still missing context, and we're still missing stuff, even after all this, and it kind of makes me a little bit disappointed. It's not Rachel's fault, obviously. I think Emily is just being a little bit shady. A little bit. Anyway, Emily says, if you didn't hurt me on purpose, then why would you regret it? Get real. I don't want you to touch me. Amber goes, I regret anything I've done that has hurt you. Like, eye roll. I understand. Then she goes, OMG, Princess is out. And I did get a comment on that last, the timeline video saying that maybe Amber said, OMG, Princess is out. She just went up the stairs into the bedroom. I was so confused for a minute. Like, maybe she said that. And even though the commenter was like, this is just a chance, but maybe she said that just because she's not used to Princess ever really coming out of the basement. But then again, it's like, But why would Amber say that in the middle of them arguing and when she's already said Rarity is missing? Why would she say Princess is out after she's saying Rarity is missing? Again, you know what it feels like to me? It feels like Rarity isn't enough. Emily is still afraid, so she's now trying to test the waters and say, oh my god, Princess is now missing. Is that enough to get you to come home? And I think Emily was probably reading these messages as Amber was sending them, but probably choosing not to respond to everyone right at that moment. So Amber kind of sees that that's not working either, and then maybe decides not to throw Princess out. Either that, or maybe she couldn't catch Princess. Maybe she couldn't get a hold of her to be able to throw her out. There's a lot of things that it could be. But it really, to me, it just feels like Amber is throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to get anything to stick to get Emily back home. Because she sends this whole thing about Princess, and then after she says, I was so confused for a minute, Emily doesn't respond, because even though it hasn't been enough time, Messenger will still do a little separator via this. See how it's a new bubble? So it was at least a minute or 2 or 3 or whatever before Amber does ask again, Emily, can I ask you something? And Emily just goes, what? And Amber goes, can I have another chance? Why are you still asking? Emily goes, no. Amber says, so you want me to pack my bags and leave? Emily says, yes. Amber goes, check Snap, please. For fuck's sake. And I think I was saying this before in the last timeline video too. We only have evidence of Amber begging to stay and none of Emily begging Amber to stay. Right? We still don't have that. It's only Amber begging. Emily has done no begging that we have seen. And Emily says, I have been abused before and I was dumb to have stayed with her because look what it led to. Amber goes, I would never do that, frowny face. Ugh, I sent a whole video. It's taking forever to send. Yeah, and that's where we got cut off before. That's all we knew. Hoo-wee. And then after that, but we get to see what happens shortly after that as well. Emily says, you didn't apologize, by the way. Reread your messages. Amber tags one of her previous messages. You know what? I'm feeling petty. I'm gonna go find it. And this video's long as fucking anyway, so let's go ahead and do it. Let's see. I don't think I've ever been that hurt in my whole life. I'm sorry. Okay, so let me go find that.
A few moments later.
Okay, now this is kind of fascinating. And because we know we are missing some things, I went through all the messages, all the black messages, and I didn't find anything that started with this. And I went and searched the transcript in Rachel's video, and I don't think that part, it didn't pop up anywhere. And even in the I don't think quote, when I try to search that in the transcript, that only pops up 4 times, and none of those are what this is. So Amber is she's calling back to a message that we didn't get to see. So there is still missing context from this fight. We might end up revisiting this at some point. If Amberlynn wants to come out and supply the missing bits and pieces, we will revisit this again. But I feel like and maybe she will, because at this point the whole fucking conversation's pretty much out there, and the only things we're not seeing would surely be things that are, unless they're just truly so insignificant that Emily didn't feel the need to send it. But then again, why send all of this stuff because I think one of the only reasons we're not seeing it is because maybe there's something shady in it pertaining to Emily that Emily didn't want us to see. And if that's the case, Amber shouldn't have any problem sharing that with us, since we already see how she's been the worst, right? I don't know. But she might, I don't know. Because she says, here, I did apologize. And sadly, we don't really get to read that full message. And Emily says, you purposefully kept me up all night so I couldn't sleep before I have to work 3 12-hour shifts in a row. You screamed at me, called me names, said you hated me and that I'm disgusting, and threatened me. And before I go back, Amber says, I threatened that I'll say why we broke up. Amber, that's still a threat. That's still threatening somebody with something, okay? Again, evidence of Amber keeping someone up all night. She's done that to multiple partners now.
I'm just really surprised that she didn't just like keep you locked and cornered into an argument all night and you got no sleep. Because if that would have happened with me and her, that's what she would have done with me.
And Amber said that Emily only works 2 days a week. That's not fucking true. I think Emily has the 3-day week and then a 4-day week, and then it goes back to a 3-day week. It's all 12-hour shifts. You get 36 hours 1 week and fucking 48 hours the next. It's kind of brutal, but you end up getting like 5 days off at one point of it, so it's kind of like I don't know. I've been on that rotation before, okay? And doing 3 12s back to back, it's fucking tough. It is tough. I'm sure for like any job, even if you're just sitting, doing 12 hours of any work back to back 3 days in a row, you're going to be exhausted. And Amber was keeping Emily up all night in preparation for that. So anyway, Amber says, yeah, this conversation is not going how I wanted it to go at all. Forget it. Take me home. I'm done. Howdy, y'all. Just wanted to jump in again with another comment to say, just because I noticed, like, when did it become, because Amber said, okay, I'm done. Take me home. Like, as in, Emily's now the one who's going to take her home. When did that happen? Like, when was that decided? I thought, Steven was supposed to be coming to take Amberlynn home. And it's just like, what's in those messages that we didn't see? What's in there? I want to know. Anyway, back to the video. That's all I had. Literally only apologizing and doing this and that just because she wants something. Go figure. Emily goes, I get that what I did hurt you, but that did not give you the right to say those things about me. Now I know how you really feel about me. Like, good read. Amber goes, oh Lord, and I'm sure she's rolling her fucking eyes when she typed that. Nah, I know how you really feel about me. You don't care or love me enough to stay loyal. You have wandering eyes, and you lie. I literally said those things out of absolute rage and anger because you hurt me. Why did you do the things that you did to me? Why did you hurt me? And Emily just responds, you're vindictive and spiteful. I don't think that's like answering like, why did you hurt me or something. I think she's just making a statement of fact, if I might add. And Amber goes, we were so happy, Emily. You have no excuse at all. All caps. It doesn't matter how I handled my pain. You created it. Now, like this specific screenshot is gonna like just live in the halls of infamy of the Amberlynn verse, because like, what the absolute fuck, Amber? Of course we all knew that's how she felt about things, because she always had that like abuser mindset of like, look what you made me do. But it's just like another thing to see her like actually say it. Emily says, it does matter actually, and it fucking does. And to which Amber goes, you're making yourself the victim. I'm so done with this. You aren't the victim, Emily. I said mean things out of pain, and I apologized. Nothing I said to you last night in anger even remotely compares to the betrayal. Oh no, okay, so that was it. That was the end of all the, like, the purple messages. Okay. Damn. Alright, so that, again, we get cut off. We don't get to see the end of, like, the argument, right? But anyway, that doesn't mean the video's over. We have more, a little bit more. Because we have another screenshot from February 21st, 2025. Obviously, after Amberlynn's home, and this is after everything, good and well. Amberlynn is texting Emily. She said, "This is the last time I'm allowing you to betray me. If you don't call me, everything will fucking be revealed, Emily. Everything, caps. I need an explanation on why the fuck you do this to me. Absolute betrayal. I knew you were lying to me from the beginning, but what you did confirmed it for me. I'm about to go live and freak the fuck out. How could you? A million exclamation points. If you don't call me the second you wake up to speak about this, I'm literally going to ruin your life, just like you ruined mine, publicly and privately. I'm going live. How the fuck could you do this to me? Question marks." All right, and at this point, I have some call logs here. So these are Emily's call logs from Amberlynn. And I find it interesting that the dates we've received are from December 12th and December 15th. Well, regardless of the dates, we are definitely going to have to keep this in mind as we go through the Emily era on this channel. So maybe we will come across these dates. Maybe Amberlynn will drop one of these dates one of these days. We can... I know there was a video posted on the 15th. Or the 16th, I mean, of December, I think. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see. But it does show, like, Amberlynn just sits and calls and calls and calls and calls. Back to back to back. And she's fairly ruthless about it. And that's the last screenshot we have. Let me check one more thing, actually. Right, so I just wanted to go back to Amberlynn's live stream to the "we have been in a relationship the whole time," and that was streamed on August 2nd, right? Obviously, I knew she didn't stream anywhere close to February. It hasn't been that fucking long ago. But it's just interesting, like, has been threatening Emily to go live and expose things, this, that, and the third, long before she actually did. And now, after reading all that, I just kind of wanted to, like, watch what Amberlynn, like, was saying about the nail marks at the time. I read a little bit of the transcript just now looking for the spot I wanted to start in, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me, Amberlynn? Like, imagine being Emily, right? And, like, this actually happened to you. Granted, there was no broken skin, there was no gouges, there was no blood. But, like, imagine watching, like, this person who did physically harm you, like, get all excited and worked up about accusing you of lying. Like, if I were Emily, like, but then again, it's like, if I were Emily, how the fuck would you get back with this after the fact? Because you know they did. Ew. So I don't know. Might be fun.
I knew she was, but that to me was like, what the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that is weird behavior. And Emily then later deleted both of the fucking things, but she didn't know that I took screenshots of it. I took screenshots because I was like, what am I looking at right now? Like, genuinely, she is trying to get me. She is trying to get a situation to look like something that it wasn't. And that scared me.
Okay, so then what are you, Amber? Are you not scary for literally doing the exact same thing right now, getting a situation to look like something that it wasn't? Like, okay, I know that Emily probably did, like, I don't think she faked it. I would say more like recreated the nail mark in the second photo. But it does seem like Amberlynn understood that. and knew what Emily was doing by doing that. And now, after the fact, now she's like flipping it back around and saying, no, she did fake it, even though she knows like what point Emily was trying to prove by doing that.
So I was like, I'm screenshotting this and my mom wants to see it and I'm sending it to her. So that's what happened there. How can you draw blood with no marks? How the fuck can you draw blood with no marks, Emily? Say it like it is. Stop exaggerating. Say it like it is. Amberlynn had fucking crazy tantrums. Say it like it fucking is. I'm having one.
See, and that's the part of the transcript I read when it was like, she's literally doing that though. She's the one doing that. Exaggerating it and making it not what it was. By saying they're 3 days apart, why say that they're 3 days apart? Say that they're the same day, just hours apart. Why would she say they're days apart and not just hours? Say it like it is, Amberlynn. Say it like it fucking is.
Now. Say it like it is. Because that's the truth. That is what is founded in reality. That is the truth. All right, so that is the end.
Like, so pathetic. Ridiculous. Okay, and one more clip I want to get to from this video. Give me one more second. Okay, wow. I was just skimming for the clip again, and like, I just can't believe my like fucking ears. So like, I'm gonna stop. We're gonna watch this together because what the fuck?
Pathetic. She replied with, at that point, I was livid. I told her to go back to Oklahoma, and then I was absolutely done. This is what would happen. We would get in a really bad...
And then she's like, what do you mean? And then this is what would happen. Amberlynn, no, that is what happened. How is she's literally about to sit here and say something else and say that it was different.
Argument, we both would say, I would say, I'm done, I'm going back to Oklahoma. She would say, you're done, you're leaving. We would both agree on that. Then obviously when things would calm down, things would simmer down, we'd start to, get close again. And then neither of us wanted me to leave. It was just...
When did that ever happen? That never happened. And if she is... Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. In this incident... Okay, so if this did happen, the simmering down would have had to happen still after Rarity went missing. That's what it took to... Ooh. This is bad. Bad.
Just a vicious cycle that constantly happened. So, eventually, like, I thoroughly decided it was... I want to say it was like 5 days before her birthday. I was like, I am absolutely leaving.
When is Emily's birthday? Oh, I don't know. Damn it.
And I was like, I'm done. I'm leaving. My mom and her fiance was actually planning on coming to get me. And I was done. I was absolutely done. But then Emily literally, it went from like, it was like someone went into a room and turned the light on. It was like a light has been off for so long and someone flipped it on. She became sweet. She became attentive. She no longer woke up in rage. She took time to hear me, listen to me. She was loving. She was affectionate, whether that be emotionally, physically, whatever it was. Are you guys still here? Sorry, my alarm just went off. Press 1 if you can hear me, please.
Interesting. Her alarm went off before in Alive, and that's what crashed it for like 5 minutes. But here it didn't do that. What? I don't know. Okay, now the sound is like out of sync for some reason. This is her original live stream. I don't know, but
so what was I? Oh yeah. She absolutely changed. It felt exactly how it felt like when we first got together in a relationship. And Oh my god. Thanks for the money, folks. For all the hate and the money. I'm gonna be laughing to the bank. Okay. So, sorry, I just got so distracted. That alarm just like snapped me out of it. Hold on. Where
Why do you, Amber, you don't have to try that hard to remember the truth, okay?
was I? Holy fuck. Oh yeah. She completely changed. You know, it was like 5 days before her birthday. And it made me think. I was like, I'm hopeful. Like this feels so fucking good. Like this is love. This is what I came here for. Like I love Emily so much and this is the way that I view her. Like, you know, like I was so like she became perfect. It was crazy. So I ended up surprising her while she was at work. I made her this wonderful dinner, spaghetti, Caesar salad, like garlic bread. I ended up getting her her favorite pie and this whole thing. And I wrote her a really sweet card. And right at the end of it, and I kind of made it rhyme too. It was really cute. Right at the end of it, I said, and I've decided to stay. She bawled her eyes out. Bawled her eyes out. And I thought everything was going to be okay. I woke up the next day and it was a shit storm again. And I was like,
Is this the same fight she's like talking about where she wrote that? No. I don't know if this is a separate incident or not.
this genuinely cannot be real life. Like, this genuinely cannot be real life.
And if it is a separate incident, then it shows a pattern that they would get in a fight and Amber would write this big, long fucking, like, message, this love letter. Because she did that in this argument. Yeah.
Like, I was like, that is when I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a couple days. Maybe she's just having a bad day. I decided on my own that I was going to leave. I decided that on my own. That was me who decided that.
No, it really fucking what does she mean? I gave her a few days before I decided I was gonna leave. No, that probably would have been after Emily telling you, get the fuck out, get out, call your mom. And then Amber goes, okay, I did. I'm gonna be leaving on this date unless I change my mind. Ugh.
And I know she likes to say that she decided it. It was not her decision. It was mine. 100% mine.
No, it was not. No, it wasn't. I'm gonna fucking clap at you now. Like, holy. This is actually insane to watch back. I'm glad. I know that I've been recording for so fucking long. I don't care. I'm glad I'm deciding to watch this back at the end. It's wild.
100%. Okay. Then she grabbed a picture of me and Colleen and held it up and threatened to break it. She knew that is something that would hurt me more than anything she could do physically to me, like the lowest she could go. She let her apologize and then tried. Sorry, I'm getting text messages left and right. She let her apologize and then tried begging for me back, saying that it was her BPD. At first, she denied that she did any of those things, which that sucked too. I've never denied a single thing that I've actually done.
No, you just say you can't remember it. You say you didn't do it on accident or that you can't remember it, and you always preface it with, well, you did it too.
Denied the things that I have not done that you have lied about. I deny what the false shit is. And I tell the truth on what the real shit is.
No, you don't. Oh my god. I never, ever, 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 ever want to fucking hear her say that she doesn't lie ever again. Ever again.
Now that's reality.
It's like, why is like everything out of her mouth like a gaslight attempt?
Okay. This part, holy fuck, I feel like I'm living. And I'm like, am I just imagining the gouges out of my arm? Hold on. Hold on. Me and my mom sent each other so many photos. I have to go see this.
Oops, I accidentally paused the recording instead of my mic to cough. You didn't miss much.
I was outside walking Twinkie and I saw a fucking scooter. And I was like, oh my God. Can you imagine me riding one of these?
And again, a lot of this might be kind of like fresher for you guys because a lot of this stuff like I did cut a lot for my highlights stuff. This is just the raw whole thing.
None of this is saved on my laptop.
We're not doing the full thing, obviously. It's just I really wanted to get to some of these clips to make a few more points, and then I'll probably end up wrapping it up after that.
Oh, fuck. Can I go to photos on here? Sometimes shit don't link up. I might have to get all of this from my, hold on, photos. I really fucking hate this. Okay, wait. Oh, seeing some of these photos breaks my heart.
Does it really, though? Because you're about to sit here and blatantly fucking lie about this person that you supposedly care about so much. Granted, Emily did sit there and try to say that they were gouges and she was bleeding, but...
Ugh.
Why? And isn't that not what I said at the end of the timeline? Is that it was clear to me that they were both lying. It was clear to me that they were both not telling the truth. And here we go. I was right. Wow, that's a shocker. I was right about something.
Why can I still say nice things about her? Like in my head, I saw a photo.
Because you know what you're saying. You know your allegations aren't true. That's how you can still say nice things.
Of her, and I was like, damn, she's hot. I'm not gonna like deny the obvious, you know. Where the fuck is it? The screenshot. Oh my God, that is cracking me up. Like my mom's face is like. So I don't know if I want to show that.
Wait, no, she would have been looking at, because she was taking screenshots of her and her mom on FaceTime during the incident. Why would you be laughing at your mom's concern for your physical safety unless it actually wasn't that fucking serious? Where is that screenshot? God damn it, where is it? Damn, okay, and I can't even, like, zoom it in anymore because it's just too blurry, but, like, I think this is the photo that Amber is referencing. Because her mom's face looks, like, shocked. You can tell her mom's mouth is open. I think this is the one Amber's looking at when she was referring to that. And you know what she was doing was setting it up to her mom like she was being physically abused by Emily. And that Emily was like faking nail marks and Emily was kicking her and this, and that. That is fucking gross, Amberlynn. You're so comically fucking evil.
Okay, wait. Okay, so this is the screenshot. Oh my God, I'm like so dead right now. How do I make this bigger?
All right, and we're getting to like the actual like first clip I wanted to show. And the point is, it's because like imagine watching someone, your abuser, like get so fucking excited about realizing that they can lie about you. About getting ready to like tell a big fat fucking lie about you and what happened to you and what they did to you.
I don't know how to make this big, folks, but it's good to know. I do have the screenshots. Maybe I can like post them in video or something, because I can't. It's like literally like this big, and I don't want you guys to see all the other hectic stuff of it all.
Why not? Why not, Amber?
But it's so funny. One of the screenshots, my mom's face is distraught. Oh my God, poor.
There is no way she's not talking about that photo that I just showed. Well, kind of, because it's blurry, because it's small. Because it's a screenshot from a fucking YouTube video. It's a screenshot of a screenshot in a message thread. Like, oh. Amber, that is so gross.
Thing.
Sitting there saying poor thing about and saying she's so distraught when it's her fault. Her fault. She's the one who entirely caused that distress on her mom.
But let me see if I have also the screenshot of the faked. The faked arm thing was fucking wild to me. I should still have.
Yeah, it was wild to you until you realized what Emily was trying to do by recreating the photo. And again, I'm using that loosely for now, okay? Because there was missing context, I think. I don't remember if it was quite from around that area of the video, of the screenshots, but like there is some context that we did not get from this conversation. We did not get the full conversation.
Have that right?
But regardless, like, Amber knows. Amber knows what she did. And she's still gonna sit here and lie about it and say that she didn't.
Oh my god, where is it? Well, I have the original, which is a good thing because it goes to show that there was no fucking blood. What a liar. Oh my god, that is the most unhinged thing I've ever seen.
Like, okay, I agree. It is unhinged, but the most unhinged? No, girl. No, 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 no. You get that title in this situation. Unless you want to come out and show us what Emily wasn't, and there's like, is there fucking crazy bullshit in there that we just didn't see? Go ahead and show us, Amber. Prove us wrong.
Oh. I just saw a photo that makes me want to cry. Like, why does this have to happen? Why couldn't it just been a good relationship?
Because you're horrific. You're a horrific fucking monster. That's why. Anyway, let me skip ahead to the actual point. Okay, I just can't help myself. She was just saying, like, she's so happy she has the pictures because it proves that Emily wasn't bleeding, and, like, sure, but then listen to how she continues to weaponize this.
Like, that right there, like, okay. She apologized profusely when she knew she couldn't gaslight me into believing it didn't happen. Because it didn't. Oh my god. You guys have no idea. Like, no one ever believes a thing I say, and I wish I had proof of everything I'm saying. And it's like the fact that I have proof of something, like, it genuinely, like, makes my heart feel so light because it's like, that's like a major thing to lie about. I didn't make no one bleed. I didn't squeeze no one's arms.
See? Do we see what she's gonna do? Like, Emily, you could have, like, had, like, an actual fucking, like, thing to stand on against her, but you just had to go and fucking exaggerate it, didn't you? You stupid, like, fuck. Like, why? Why? You could have had her on something so solid, but you had to go and say that it was gouges and she made you bleed and all that. Because now look what she's going to turn around and do. She's going to turn around and use it to deny anything happened at all. Now she's saying she didn't squeeze your arm at all, and that we at least do have proof of, because there was a bruise on her arm. Like, this is, and Amber was saying, like, she did grab Emily. She did. Okay? After telling Emily that she deserved to be abused. Alright? So we know for a fact that Amber wasn't just trying to hold her and calm her down. But, of course, Emily just couldn't leave well enough alone, and she had to, like, play it up. Like, why? And same goes for Amber too, by the way. Amber could have had Emily on something so solid, but she just had to go and play it the fuck up and make it something that it wasn't. Why do you two need to do this? You two fucking deserve each other. Point blank, period.
See, this is what I mean about being gaslit. You start to think, did it really happen? If it wasn't for me saving that fucking screenshot that she later deleted, I would be sitting here thinking, did that really happen?
Stop your fake fucking crying. You know what you did. You both do. My God, I'm so done with like both of them now.
I'm just like literally like.
So if it is that bad, why did you lie about it? Why did both of you feel the need to lie?
Emily. It makes me sad for her. Why am I sad for her? I don't know.
Because you're about to lie on her? Ew. Ew, 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 ew. That's not what I... No puns. No puns allowed in here, okay? Don't clip that.
Jules, my favorite thing is sit on it and spin. I do... How can I
Sitting on Emily and spinning? No, sorry.
show this to you guys? I do have proof, but it's the photo is this big.
And again, she was just crying, right?
Let me go back to my pictures. How do I make it bigger? Does anyone have a MacBook?
Can we stop with the puns? Now I'm just trapped in this fucking, like, world of puns.
Does anyone have a MacBook?
Bitch, you do. Learn how to use it. Alright, I might skip again. Skip forward again.
Show.
Okay, okay.
Here we go. Wait, it's playing slideshow. It's showing photos that should not be shown. What is happening right now? Hold on. This is hectic. Wait. I don't want to show the picture of my mom.
Okay, maybe it's not the fucking moment I thought it was. God damn it. But regardless, like, look how excited she starts to get.
Literally, like, so we're not going to do that screenshot. Let me see. Play slideshow. Oh. Oh.
So, do you think her mom is now going to understand that Amber was playing her mom against Emily and was, like, also using, not Emily against her mom, but, like, in a way, kind of. Like, she's, like, keeping them, like, how separate she's keeping them both from, like, the truth.
Oh. Shit, that was the fake one. That was the fake one. Oh my God. Wait. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. I'm having like a literal general moment right now. Okay. I'm like actually freaking out. I didn't realize I had the fake one until I clicked play slideshow, but for some reason it's like zoomed in. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck's going on. This is insane. My mom's gonna be like, girl, are you ready? Like, why is it turning black? Why is it turning black? You guys, I'm an actual boomer at this. Oh, Boomerlyn Reed, stop. Okay, listen. It's not convenient for anyone. How do I do this? This is not it. I don't want a fucking slideshow because it's not showing the full picture. Can someone please help me?
And you know, I was just sitting here thinking, like, why is Amberlynn deciding to lie and say these are days apart? Why not just leave it at, you know, there was no blood? And I think, and Emily reenacted the nail mark. Like, why not just say it as it is? Why not show the surrounding messages around the second photo of Emily saying, I recreate? Oh no, because then it would show that Amberlynn did actually act aggressively towards Emily in some fashion, though, I guess. So that's why she doesn't want to show it at all. She wants to deny any acts of aggression towards anyone outright. Publicly, anyway. Got it. So that's why they need to be 3 days apart, and it's entirely fake, and why she can't just say that she did grab her, but didn't break skin. Got it. Okay.
Fruit Cup, like literally, should I just star in a role next to Angelina Jolie because this ain't it?
Girl, we could all tell you were lying at the time, but we rarely get like full confirmation about how and why. And now we have it, and we were all right as per usual.
Oh my god. Why isn't this showing, bro? Can someone please help me?
No.
Can someone please help me? Can someone please help me? Zoom.
What is it with her and repetition? Like, for real, what is it?
Zoom in? I don't want to zoom in. I want to show you the whole photo. I want to show you both. The real deal and then the lie deal.
Also this moment, forgot about it till just now. I'm really glad I pulled this up. What do you mean, Amber? What do you mean the real deal and the lie deal? What do you mean? So there is a real deal then, right? So there is a real photo, right? And she's just walking back on her understanding that the second one was just a recreation to prove a point.
Is there any way you could send it to your phone? Wait, that's...
Oh, you know what? I bet I know why Emily recreated it, actually. Because Amber sits there and says, "With what nails, Emily? I scratched you with what nails?" Alright, and I swear to God, it's like the longer I have to work on a video, the pettier I get. I also remembered this clip from one of the Jade Era Retro Reacts. I remembered it, like, while I was filming. I had no intention of going to find it at all, but here I am. Like, I'm not exaggerating, like 12 fucking hours later, and I'm like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go find the clip. Here it is. This is what I wanted to show you guys. Enjoy.
Welts, like scratches on me. And I don't have nails. It wasn't from me, and I know it wasn't from Twinkie.
Just because you don't have, like, long nails doesn't mean you can't make that kind of a scratch. Are you stupid?
Because she doesn't just like scratch up on me. So I have no idea. Okay.
Emily is a full-on masked lesbian. Emily probably doesn't have nails either to the Amber's same fucking standard. So that's probably why she did it. Because you don't need long nails to do that. And Amber won't let that fucking point go. So Emily probably recreated it to be like, here, bitch, this is how you did it. Got it. Got it now.
Doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. No, I can't send it. I don't understand. I genuinely am so confused. Like, how do you have a whole photo gallery, but you can't click the photo? You can't click the fucking photo. Can you make that make sense? Okay, let me try this one more time because I'm getting... Is that sound? Oh, that's sound.
And I thought, like, Apple stuff was supposed to be intuitive, so even, like the dumbest of rocks could get it.
I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know what to do. Oh, image. Open viewer? I'm scared I'm gonna delete something. Bitch, I figured it out! Oh my god, suck my ass. I've never been more excited in my life. If you're texting me and you don't want to be doxxed, do not text me because it'll pop up on my, whatchamacallit. Oh my god. Okay.
Imagine being so fucking excited to get ready to lie on your ex-partner who you physically harmed, and you're about to lie about it to prove quote unquote that you didn't.
So I figured it out. Sorry, I just got way too excited. So I'm going to show you the first photo that she sent me. Okay? Open viewer. Okay. Oh my God, this part is fucking crazy. This part is fucking crazy. Okay. So this is original photo, okay? And remember, there's gouges and blood, okay? Remember that part. Open.
Again, like Amber, you could have had something here. You could have. Why lie about it being days apart? I don't understand it. Just, is it because she would have had to admit that she did grab Emily's arm to some degree, and she like can't admit that lie like to Emily or something even after all this time? But like she's like sacrificing then that kind of puts the priorities, because I often talk about Amberlynn's priorities and like when she'll stop lying about certain things. Like, for example, she refused to hold up the lie that wifey's family bought her candles and room spray in order to preserve her like fake image that she smells good and doesn't smell bad, and everyone just buys her shit to make her not smell bad. Like, her image is like more important than anything else. And in this moment, even though she knows that she wants to get back with Emily, she wants a relationship so bad, her public image is more important than that, and she's willing to lie about Emily to this extent in order to save her image, knowing that it's probably gonna nuke any chance they have at reconciliation.
Viewer. Okay. I don't want you guys to see anything.
Of course they did reconcile, right? I don't know. But I mean, maybe she thinks that it's fine because Emily lied about there being blood and gouges. I'm assuming that's why she thinks she's justified in doing this. But girl, you really fucked yourself. You did. You could have finally had one singular moment where you proved someone wrong, that you weren't the one lying, but you had to fuck it up. For what? For your image? To preserve an image that you never had in the first place? Stupid.
Private, so let's try not to do that. This is her arm. This is her arm. Okay? Keep in mind she's wearing a maroon shirt. Okay? And then look at what she sends me a couple days later. Because she forgot that she took that photo and sent it to me. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is
her fucking repetition. It's not that crazy because it's not real.
From a few days later. Keep that in mind. In this photo, you're going to see these weird marks that she created herself. Oh, Emily has marks all over her body.
Interesting. That's like, she doesn't say that the first mark was recreated by herself, though. She just tries to deny its existence outright, even though we can clearly fucking see it. And again, I did this experiment. I made a nail mark on myself. 15 minutes later, the first photo is exactly what that nail mark looked like, okay? And I pressed hard, okay? I didn't, like, try to break the skin, you know, obviously, because Emily's skin wasn't broken, but I pressed really hard.
Like, oh my God, see, I don't want to go into medical right now, but she has marks all over her body from something medical. I'm not getting into it.
So is there a mark there, or is it nothing? Because why are you justifying the fact that she has marks all over her body then?
But she is wearing a completely different shirt. You're gonna see it. It's like a black type of deal, and she creates these marks. Okay. Completely different day.
And she's not wearing a completely different shirt. She's wearing like a fucking hoodie or a jacket or something. Because it's nighttime and it's cold out.
What the hell? Why isn't it zooming? What the fuck is going on? Oh, why is it blurry? Okay, this is annoying.
It is. Anyway, I think that's about all I wanted to see about that. Now give me one more moment. Alright, I think we're about at the right spot. This is gonna be like the part about Rarity. I wanted to rewatch this bit. I want to see if there's any other clues we can get.
Work, I didn't want to go back home. I was exhausted, drained, and I didn't want to deal with her crap all over again. She had been blowing up my phone all day trying to apologize and see if I would change my mind about having her go back home. After work, I went for a walk to decompress. She was not happy about that, but she was blowing up my phone asking me to come home. It was about 2 hours after my shift that I got a text from her saying that she couldn't find Rarity.
Give me 1 second. Okay, so I think that means that Emily would have gotten off work around like maybe 7 or 8-ish p.m.
Said that she hadn't seen her all day and that she was just telling me this now. At this point, I came home right away. I figured that she was just somewhere in the house and she was going to just saying that to try to get me to come home. But
I don't know that Emily came home right away. I wouldn't say right away. I wouldn't.
after I searched the entire house while Amber watched, she wasn't anywhere to be found. At that point, I moved the search outside. I was exhausted, but searched all hours of night looking for her. I really thought I would find her that night, but it was no luck.
Get some fucking water, bitch.
But water has never just like been in my, vicinity. At that point, I made posters and hung them up all around town to local businesses, posted on social media and lost cat pages. Amberlynn's one job was to call the shelter and make a report. She's such a fucking liar. Holy fuck. But when I called the shelter after they found a cat that was deceased, the kind of matched Rarity's description, it ended up not being her. The shelter told me no formal report was ever filed. The only info they had on the report was from the lost pet database that I submitted. I literally have a voicemail. I don't know if I deleted it because I delete my voicemails. Like saying the opposite of what she's saying here.
But you don't. No, you don't have anything. Amber, like, pretty much, almost assuredly, like, 98% of a chance is the one who let Rarity out. Like, I don't even know why there's a 2% chance that it couldn't be her. I don't know. I don't know. I thought I'd leave, like, a little bit of wiggle room in case there's, like, something in the messages we didn't see. Something, maybe. I don't know.
Oh my god, the angle's crazy. Sorry. Where am I? I spent hours upon hours driving around looking for her, walking through fields and in between houses around my house and through the snow. Amberlynn would go on the drives with me, but obviously didn't do the walking around part. When it was snowing, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I can't walk in snow. I wear flats. I have lymphedema, but when it wasn't snowing, I was looking just as much as you. Am I going?
If it wasn't, just because it wasn't snowing doesn't mean that there's not snow on the ground. And there was snow on the ground pretty consistently from the videos that I remember. Oh, yeah, I do have another point. At one point, Amber says that Emily threatened or said that she wanted to punch Amberlynn's teeth in or out, whichever fucking way. Doesn't matter. While Amberlynn was, quote, crying about Rarity. Like, while they were in the truck, I think, looking for Rarity, and Amberlynn was just crying about it. No. That's absolutely not what fucking happened. You were trying to reconcile and doing anything, like, but looking for Rarity, looking out the fucking window, and Emily was already, like, told you over and over and over again, that she didn't even want you in her house until next weekend, basically. And you're still sitting there trying to reconcile instead of being more concerned about your cat. That's probably why Emily threatened to punch your fucking teeth in, okay?
Going slower? Do I go as far? Am I going slower? Yes. Do I go as
Like, you're already broken up. You've thrown your cat out. You've been arguing for 12 fucking hours. And now she's finally, like, home where she doesn't want to be because she's afraid of you. And, like, can't even, like, is afraid to go sleep in her own bed. And you are out together, trapped, like, forced proximity in the truck. And you are whining at her about your relationship instead of being worried about your cat. I would be pretty peeved too.
far? No. Obviously, I'm over 500 fucking pounds, bro. I did the best I could. But one thing that
Then you don't need a cat. Then you don't need more cats. You don't need them, okay?
I never stopped doing was looking for her. Whether that be on forums, shelters, going out. Like, one time me and Emily got in such like a bad fight, and it was again, it was over something that she said to me, like something cruel. And like, obviously, like, I'm a sensitive person, duh. So I'm gonna feel some type of way. And it's like, it was just like every rude thing and bad thing that she would do to me. It was like a tiny little drop in a cup. And eventually the cup just overflowed. And I just no longer felt whole anymore. I was no
And you literally could have fucking left at like any point. But you were the one insisting on staying. You could have left before that weekend and you said no. You want to stay because you love her and you desire more time with her.
longer that positive, bubbly person that she thought I was and said I was and who I was, because she changed me. She genuinely made me miserable. Genuinely.
No, that's just who you fucking are. You're not a positive, bubbly person. You are miserable at your fucking core.
But so we were in an argument, and she literally would use looking for Rarity as like a control thing, as like power. In the same way that she would use Colleen as a weapon, she started to use Rarity as one. That's the shit that I had to deal with.
Again, I don't know what the fuck that means.
The sweet cat, and she would
I skipped ahead again.
always sleep on my chest. I did everything I could to try to find her. I can't say 100% that she purposely let her cat out, but give the circumstances, the situation doesn't look good. You left the fucking door open. When you left that night, you betrayed me, and you could not handle the fucking heat. You cannot handle the reaction that I had due to the pain that you caused me. You
Look how fucking smug she is. She never gave a fuck about that cat. Oh my god.
left the fucking door open, and I took the blame. That is a conversation we had ad nauseum. We talked about it so many fucking times, my head was about to pop off.
Okay, so here's the thing. Did you guys talk about it, or were you arguing about it where you were gaslighting Emily into believing that it was her fault? Because there's no way.
So many fucking times we talked about it, Emily. And you know that. I took the blame for you over and over and over. I lied about everything for you, about you being a feeder. And I lied about us not being a relationship to protect you constantly, because I wanted people to like you.
This is insane. And yet, in order to make people not like Emily, she is still lying? You know, make people not like Emily, as in like with the arm photos thing, and them being 3 days apart. She's still lying. So which is it? Do you have to lie to make people not like her, or do you have to lie to make people like her? I mean, I guess it's both, right?
But you know what's funny? You wanted people to hate me. Do you have a humiliation kink? Is that what it is? You wanted to see me humiliated? You got your way.
I mean, yeah, probably. Anyway. Okay. And here I think we're about to get to her retelling of the Rarity story. So now let's see what she's about to say here. I'm pretty sure that's where we're at according to the transcript.
Yeah, I do. I have the message of her initial reporting when she was missing, which is timestamped. It shows that her story that she posted on her vlogs about her being missing at 5 a.m. was not correct. I don't know what she's talking about. So then
What do you mean you don't know what she's talking about? What do you mean you don't know what she's talking about?
she sends screenshots of me telling her that that Rarity was missing, and now let me explain the timeline. So
Yes, please, Amber, tell us the timeline that we don't know. We don't know it, please.
our huge fucking argument happened wee in the morning. Wee in the morning. I mean, I'm telling you, it was like 5 a.m., 4 a.m., like around that time, I would say. And Emily has a massive house, and a lot of the cats, like her cat Daniel, Princess, Wasabi, Rarity, they all like to be in the basement. That's where they went to the bathroom. They would eat down there. They would play down there. They would just hang out down there. That's where they like to chill.
Hold on, actually. Then what's this? Then, what the fuck is this right next to the door? Up on a high shelf where a dog wouldn't go. Is that not a cat feeder? With a bunch of food just openly sitting out? Huh? Right next to the door, too, by the way. Is that not a cat feeder? But they eat in the basement. Okay, sure.
They had free roam of the whole place. But that is where they were a lot of the time. And also her cat Wig. So that's like the place where they like to go. So normal pattern of the day is a lot of the time, like you didn't see a cat. You didn't see a cat because they were all hanging out doing their damn thing at the basement.
No, Amber doesn't get up until like 3 o'clock. Give me another second. Okay, Emily was sending messages around 11 a.m., 1 p.m. Amberlynn doesn't respond until 2:37 p.m. Amberlynn went to sleep and did not wake up until 2:37 p.m. That's why she doesn't see cats all day. Let's be very fucking clear about that.
That's just what they did because they had like a cute little cat door for the basement. It was actually really adorable. And you know, it was a normal pattern. You know, I wouldn't really see Rarity throughout the day. It would be later at night. She would pop out, you know, follow me around, eat food from the kitchen, get some water from the kitchen, whatever it may
But you just said they eat in the basement.
be. And I noticed that normally the time when I would see her, I didn't see her. I was like, that's weird. Like throughout the day, I'm thinking, okay, like she's probably in the basement. It was just normal everyday life. Nothing seemed off. And then it was
Except for the fact that you've been fighting for like over 12 hours with your girlfriend.
like around the time where like, you know, the cats start to come out. They're like coming up to the living room or the bedroom, starting to just venture out a little bit more. I was like, it's weird. I've seen most of the cats today, but I haven't seen Rarity. And that's when I was like, what the heck? So I went down to the basement and I didn't see her. And I was like, this is confusing. I'm calling her name. I'm going to floor number 1, floor number 2, floor number 3, floor number 4. And I'm like, why isn't she coming out? I mean, if I say Rarity one time, she comes to me. Like that, she was glued to my hip. But since she had such free roam of such a
I really think Amber thought that they were going to find that cat after she let her out, because I think she let her out very shortly after telling Emily that Rarity's missing.
huge house, she took her favorite spot and she loved to be there. That was the basement. So when I noticed, okay, she's not coming to me, like I'm shaking treats, she's not coming to me, something is not right. That is when I messaged Emily because the pattern was then broke. That's when I was like, what is going on? So the fact that like Emily is like turning this into, I don't know if she like let her out on purpose when you know you let her out because you left the fucking door open is sick. Sick.
I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, it's just so... again, comically evil. Like, comically fucking evil. And we know that's not true either, because, like, Amber should have known at, like, 3 p.m. At, like, 3 p.m. Let me pull that same screenshot back up. Right here. She went downstairs at 3 p.m. She would have felt that door cracked open. If that door had been cracked open and left open since 4 a.m., okay, that's what? 11 fucking hours that the door would have been cracked open. That house, that bottom floor would have been freezing cold. There's no way that Amber wouldn't have noticed that the door was open at 3 p.m. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Anyways.
Okay, it's fine.
Where's the next messages? Snowflake says, well, that doesn't look good. In his head, he's like, that looks great. That looks amazing. Like, that looks so fucking good. He's probably thinking in his head, I'm gonna get that money.
I don't think anyone has ever thought that, like, once. Everyone has always thought, oh my god, this is awful, this is horrific. No one's sitting here thinking, like, gleefully, oh my god, I'm gonna make so much fucking money off of this. This is just, like, what... I don't know. I personally don't think that. I don't think Snowflake was thinking that either.
And then he said, she made a couple videos crying about Rarity. Were you off screen watching this, and what did you think? Because her acting is shit. I've always thought I didn't buy she was genuinely sad. I wish I still had the original fucking videos. Me editing out my actual breakdowns missing Rarity. And oh my god, Emily.
Again, proof that you can't show us. Shut your fucking pie hole about proof that doesn't exist.
Your response, I swear to God, I have kept my mouth shut about so many things, and I'm not trying to be threatening, but if your response does not show how much I fucking loved Rarity and how heartbroken I was that she was missing, I was literally tormented every single day, then I know you're a fucking shit person, the shittiest person I've ever known in my fucking life. Let's see your response.
You're the one who let this cat out. You are the one who let this fucking cat out. But you know what it is? I bet... Ooh, you know what it is? I bet she's still angry, though, at Emily for doing this, because she believes that Emily should believe that Emily's the one at fault. So the fact that Emily isn't sitting there feeling so bad about it, Amber still thinks that that proves that Emily is a bad person in her mind. Right? Because Emily doesn't feel bad about supposedly doing this thing. Even though Amber knows that Emily hasn't done this thing, Amber thinks that Emily should think that she has. So the fact that Emily's doing this means that Emily's evil in Amber's head, even though Amber's the one who let the fucking cat out and is the evil one.
I was home for a few of them that she filmed. It was always after a fight between her and I. I think she wanted to take advantage of the tears and the crying and put it on camera. You're insane. I have never experienced someone like you in my life.
What? Someone who clocks your teeth so fucking fast? Because we know that I'm so sure that's what it is. And now she's gonna get all upset and fake cry because she knows Emily's right.
And in the...
Alright. I think this will be the last note. Alright, okay. And then I'll stop butting in. It's just that I know we all know that Amber fake cries, but I don't think I've ever seen her pull out the sniffle so fast in my life right after starting to fake cry. Just like, I'm gonna replay the little clip again and just... she's an absolute goober.
I have never experienced someone like you in my life. And in this moment, I wish more than anything I could talk to your ex, Megan. Megan, if you are watching this or if someone knows Megan, have her talk to me.
Here we go. The petty, vindictive bullshit. Oh, Emily, because you're not doing this, and that means I believe Megan.
I would do anything to talk to you. Because at this point, I don't know. I would do anything just to speak to you personally. I will never share anything, but I need someone who understands because this is fucking crazy. I even asked her why you would film right now if you're this upset.
It's a valid question, Amber. Why the fuck would you?
You are so unhinged that you have actually made me unhinged and psychotic. You have made me psychotic. I love that for you. Like, you wanted this, and you probably like get off on watching me like this. There's a word for that. Someone actually recently told me about it.
Okay, yeah, whatever. You know what? I think that is about all I did have. I was just kind of hoping to see that if there was anything else interesting that she was gonna say, but we have already reacted to this before. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have. I'm gonna wrap it up now we'll see how long this video is. I'm gonna try to get it out tonight, but it is already 1 a.m. for me, so realistically, I don't know if that's gonna happen. But regardless, thank you guys so much. If you stuck around this long, I really appreciate you. Thank you guys so much for joining me today, and I'll see all of you tomorrow.